Hey everyone. Hope everybody is doing good this evening. I'm just plugging up my phone so the batteries don't die out. Happy Thursday. It is almost Friday. And it's been an incredible week. I received some good news earlier today, and I'm kind of hoping that it works out. Maybe there is some hope after all. Maybe, just maybe. As we get more people up in here. Waiting on some people to come in. Oh my goodness, where is everybody? You don't want me to start early, then nobody be here. Where is everybody? You don't want me to start early, then nobody be here. Where is everybody? You don't want me to start early, then nobody be here. Oh, for goodness sake. Echo. I was banging on this phone earlier. Oh my goodness. I'm starting to feel like I should start over and start later because I don't know what is going on. What's up, girl? I am just waiting on some people to come in. I know you definitely want to talk. What's up, Mel? Let's get some people in here. Let's get some taps on the screen. Let's get some shares. I'm sharing. Are you sharing? I'm like, is my volume up? Good evening, Mel. How are you?
Hey, good. How are you?
I'm fine. I'm actually in a good space today.
Good. You'll have to bear with me. I do have someone in the bathtub. May have to kind of pause every now and then, so I'll come back and forth. But good to see you.
Fine. That's fine. Thank you for coming up and holding. I almost like tapped the screen. I'm like, wait a minute. I'm going to tap the screen here. I don't want to do that.
Very good. So you had a good day today?
I did. I got some good news, I think. There's a guy who started his own design construction company, and I got an email from him today. He is thinking about bringing me full time. I don't want to jinx it because this is going to pay a little bit more, but I want to see like what the hours are going to look like, if I'm going to get paid weekly or every other week. I need to be on like some kind of a plan. Because I need to get my meds. I feel like I'm going a little bit crazy without them.
I think when you knowing that you're restricted and there's only so much you can do, I think doesn't help our mental space in that moment either. So
yeah, it's not a good feeling because I've been on my meds now for more than a year, and it's the reason why my A1C has gone down, and You know, I'm not risking it for it to go back up. So when I
Yeah.
got that news, and then my main job, the contract job that I've been in since December, they had like a town hall meeting and they were talking about well, this one girl, she brought up a very important question, like how are you hiring more people when you're not dropping a lot of hours? Like how is that fair to the people who've already been here, who've already upgraded? Like we upgraded to a higher tier. We're still getting paid the same from December. Like our pay grade has not gone up because it's not that kind of a job. Do you know what I mean? It's not your traditional 9 to 5 with benefits and things of that nature. It's strictly contract.
Okay. Totally makes sense. Been there.
So it has not been a joyous ride. I mean, in the beginning it was great because I had a lot of hours to choose from, but when that shit starts to dwindle down and your last deposit was $24, I'm like, this is unacceptable. You can't expect for somebody to survive on that kind of money.
Yeah, and unfortunately, as long as their bottom line's being met, then that's all they look out for.
Exactly. And I work with patients, some of them have uh mental challenges, and a lot of the times they're calling, if they have dementia, they forget why they were calling in the first place.
Yeah.
And you have a lot of people with other mental challenges where they don't have the money for a therapist, you know? Um,
You take on a
and,
lot in that job.
and sometimes they just want to talk, and there's only so much that I can say, especially our lines are recorded. But something that I noticed that really pissed me off. So I guess there were some people who wanted to become like a manager, so to speak. And I guess they had apply. I didn't do it because I was like, I don't know if I want to go that route. So it seems that they're a little full of themselves. And one girl I noticed, I sent a screenshot to my friend. They rate your calls for the adherence measures. And she put me at 80%, and one girl put me at 100%. I'm like, clearly the girl that put me at 80% has some major jealousy issues.
It's like some people never leave high school, isn't it?
Yeah, it's like, and then I had gotten a message from her. Oh, I was listening in on one of your calls and you mentioned the state that the patient was living in. And I'm like, she gave me the information. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? She was looking for the care provider. She wasn't looking for the patient. And just because I mentioned the state, that doesn't narrow down where the patient lives.
Right.
And I'm like, bitch, you got issues because you are not my manager and you need to keep yourself over there.
Yeah.
So, yeah. We'll see what happens. I'm in a place right now where if this job goes through, I will have a little bit more of control, so to speak. Like I'll still be reporting to him because after all he's the owner, but he's also helping me get my vendor's license so I can grow my store.
Well, that's nice.
Um, being that he's familiar with this state, how everything works and licenses and all of that shit.
Yeah, on this day you want a CYA big time.
Hmm.
It's quiet tonight, huh?
Where's it? Thumbs are taking a break. Grace, don't worry. I got my other phone over here. I'm taking over. I got my other phone here. So, um, what's up, Razzo? So, did anybody hear the Gavin Newsom? speech? Like, what are we feeling right now?
I didn't hear the speech, but I saw his video and I liked it.
I know that people are having issues with like the Democratic Party and where they stand, and that they're not standing enough, I guess. Um, I feel like part of me is neither here nor there. It's kind of like, I shouldn't put it like that because then it would give the impression that I would vote for a Republican, which I'm not. um, but I think that I'm looking at it like who's going to be the best person right now at this moment right now, not like 2028 now.
This just all reminds me, if you guys have seen like all the Hunger Games movies or read the books, in the very last movie where President Snow had committed all of these atrocities, and then you had the resistance on the other side who wasn't any better,
Hmm.
right? And if you've seen it, you know what Katniss does to both of them. And
The
I just
Hunger
feel like that's
Games.
where we're at. Yeah.
See, I only saw that movie one time, so I cannot remember everything about that movie. Like, I can't remember details about it.
So like the Hunger Games, they go through the games, her and Peeta win, and then in the Catching Fire, they go on their tour, and then they're told that they're going to be reaped from the existing pool of victors, and so they go in, but she is like the focus of the resistance, and so at the end of that movie they go in and they sabotage the games to save her.
Hmm.
And then it goes into the first part of the third book where they really are just going in to do as much damage to the capital as possible.
Hmm.
But in the final installment of the third book, um, they round up who they needed to round up. President Snow was the obvious bad guy,
Hmm.
um, and but they also had like the leader of the resistance, but she was not any better,
Hmm.
right?
Hmm.
And so Katniss unalives them both. And so then people are really free to just live in peace and try to peacefully coexist
Hmm.
with each other. And I'm feeling like I like Gavin Newsom. I think he is a great communicator. I
Hmm.
think that the way he communicates is effective and also snarky, which I love from any politician.
Hmm.
Um, but I feel for me, it's just the same feeling, and I've never felt that way before. And I don't know why it feels like that. I don't know. Today was a really good day, but then reading the BBC was really tough, and I just I'm ready to drive to Canada. I don't know if
Hmm.
that'll make it any better, but
Well, that's the thing. Like, I think people, they want to escape, right? Because I want to do the same thing too, and I still even have the tabs open on how to apply for asylum to move to Canada. There's part of me doesn't want to move there because of the narcissist scammer that I was with is from there, and that's where I sent him back. So it's frightening to move there, and he basically has jurisdiction over me because I really believe that he had nefarious intentions. So it's kind of like open season on my life. That's the way I look at
Right.
it. So to move there, I'm not sure.
I mean, but I would even, I mean, I'd even go to Mexico at this point.
Yeah.
I would learn the language
Mhm.
with Ernest quickly. I would take my skills and put them to good use.
Mhm.
You know, I just, I don't want to be here anymore. And not in like that sense. I just, every day it's more and more. And I know it's part of it's part of the plan. I know why it's going on. It's just really hard to reconcile with all of the feelings,
Mhm.
right?
Mhm.
And then knowing that tomorrow I have to get up, get dressed, put makeup on, go into work, and
Hey,
just
founder.
pretend like none of this is happening, even though it feels like the world is just crumbling beneath my feet.
Ooh, thank you, founder. Just so that everybody is coming in, be sure to tap the screen. I do have that TikTok gift goal that they do, and I think this one is a heart me. So if you have not sent it in yet, you can do that now, and I'll be able to meet that gift goal. I just need 5 more people to do that. And I just want to say, Grace, everything that you are talking about, it's very intense. I wanted to ask, what did you read from the BBC? Oh, thank you so much. That triggered all of these feelings that's happening for you now.
So I saw a creator who I trust as a news source
Mhm.
because I don't I don't repost things if they're not rooted in truth, right?
Mhm.
Um, it's a responsibility that I think we should all have. But when I went to go check, when I Googled it, BBC popped up first thing, which is unusual because BBC is usually not the first thing to pop up.
Right.
Usually it's internal news.
Mhm.
But the
Mhm.
BBC said that apparently uh, DT is going to offer up parts of Russia for drilling and excavation.
Mhm.
So all the parts that he can't get to right now, he's going to offer up those parts to Russia, just like I theorized.
Mhm.
And in exchange, what would happen is um, the P Man would still get to control parts of uh, the Ukraine, but would largely start leaving them alone. So a man got charged with a felony in DC today for calling the police um, the F. It's not the F word, but not the one that we think of. Um, and for throwing a sandwich, for throwing Subway. So, and I guess right now I found some live videos where they are going door to door, checking to make sure that people who are there should be there,
Mhm.
basically if they're residents. So
Yeah.
it's just a lot, and I know it's the blitzkrieg, and I know it's meant to distract and overwhelm so we get more and more desensitized, and I get it, but there's only so much I can, like handle in a news cycle.
Mhm. Yeah. Hey, founder, how are you? Thank you for being here.
Of course. Hi, Maribel. Hi, Grace. I actually, I came to tell Grace I was scrolling
Hi,
TikTok and
Athena.
I stumbled across this older black lady named Nana, and she was
Mm-hmm.
struggling with her life. So I helped her, and Grace
Mm-hmm.
requested up to talk about politics, and she was like, "Nope, we have none of that." She's
I
so sweet,
I
though.
didn't request. That was
Oh,
the
she
thing.
requested you.
She requested me, and I was like, "Okay, Nana, I don't know what we're talking about, but sure." And
She's
then
so
she's like, "Okay, you
sweet,
gotta
though.
go. Bye."
She's like, we're not talking about politics over here. We need to protect our peace. But she's so sweet, and she didn't know how to operate the live, so I was helping her.
That's so funny. Oh my goodness.
I know.
She's
I
so
was like,
cute.
"Is this her Nana or whose Nana is this? Who? Come get your Nana."
But she's TikTok's Nana, apparently. But
So
she's
wait,
so cute.
she was doing a live and she didn't want like politics to be part of the topic discussion.
No. Yeah, she said it was about protecting your peace and keeping your faith, and she just had a smile that was contagious, and I
Hmm.
couldn't help but stop and help her because it reminds me of like my gram when she was alive. She struggled with technology, and she was like that she accidentally X out the live and just all
Hmm.
these things. But she had 25,000 followers. I was like, wow.
Wow, that's crazy.
I know it was. I was like, "Okay, Nana. Well, my piece for today is we had a good day at school." Like,
And apparently, I'm her bodyguard now, so I have to go back tomorrow.
Oh,
yeah.
okay. You've been mandated, right?
I have.
Okay, everyone. I think I have three more people to send me your heart needs so I can go ahead and meet that TikTok goal. What's up, Athena's mom? How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. I
Hello,
started
ladies.
early. Not late like last night.
That's why I was like, oh, I get to jump up on the panel for a little bit. I'm not going to bed yet.
Exactly, exactly. So I was talking about, did anybody hear Gavin's speech today and how's everybody feeling about it? I know Bruce Almighty, he's in the chat. He was like, phone bank start next month. He had
Oh,
nothing to say. I was
did
like, nothing.
I did not hear it. I was more. I think what got me was what was it? Now I forget. I was talking about it all day too, and now I forget. Mm,
Did it have to do with Gavin Newsom?
No, but I know he had Border Patrol interrupt his speech. That's the only thing I know about. It has something to do with him.
What do you mean Border Patrol?
Yeah,
Let
he
me
had Border
see.
Patrol interrupt his speech.
Get out. Why did I not
No,
see that?
I don't know. Donald Trump sent Border Patrol over there.
No way.
It was either that or the National Guard, but I heard both, so I don't know which one it was.
Bruce Almighty said that didn't happen because I'm saying that he
Wait,
did his
hold,
whole
hold on, wait.
speech from beginning to end. I didn't.
I'll look. I'll look.
They were parked outside. Okay.
Okay, so they didn't interrupt, but they had him sent there. He sent them there. Oh, so somebody said it did happen. So see, now I'm confused because Aaron reported that it did happen. See,
Aaron Parnas? I don't. Well, not. Well,
oh,
and I think Harry had mentioned. What's up, Alfonso? Harry mentioned that Gavin Newsom has some intel.
Yes, I saw that too. But what I was talking about all day is he's planning on selling us out when he meets with the old Putin there. He's gonna sell Ukraine out, and he's going to allow uh Russia to use Alaska for their minerals, parts of Alaska, to obtain their minerals. He's selling us out.
You know, his niece, Mary Trump, she said he was always for sale.
Yeah, but I mean, he's just doing nothing but tearing down our country, and his supporters don't care. I mean, he's selling us out.
His supporters don't care because they're not that smart to care. They're an ignorant set of people. That's what they are. They're not very smart. They don't do research. I mean, I was on a live. You were on that live yesterday when that dude was like, "Are you gaslighting me?" And I'm like, "Are you serious right now? Like you've been gaslit for how long, and now you're accusing people, the
Yeah, but
people that have common sense on this panel,
oh,
that they're gaslighting you because everything that they're saying was probably making sense to him and he got scared."
today we had somebody who said that he has two moms. He grew up with two moms. He loved them so much, but then he felt betrayed and duped into voting for the Democratic Party. So in 2020, he wrote in Bernie Sanders' name because he felt betrayed. And it just went down a rabbit hole, and he started to get creepy. It was gross. I was like, oh my, I'm like, when is this gonna end? It just gets worse and worse.
I don't think that it will ever end. I wonder if anybody who survived the Jim Jones saga were still suckered into another cult. Like if they didn't get therapy or help of some sort, that they got suckered in somehow.
There were survivors.
Of the Jim Jones cult. Yeah, there are
Yeah.
people who are still alive. I mean, when did Jim Jones
Okay.
happen? In the 70s?
Yeah. I just thought everybody kind of didn't
There
make it.
were people who escaped. There were people who were not there that day. I mean, granted
Oh
that he
yeah.
took 900 of them, there were still people who didn't go. There were people, only two people survived. There was more than that, Bruce Almighty. It wasn't just two people. I hope you're being funny. Two people.
And then how are you going to get on a panel and argue about tariffs and not know the difference between a blanket and a target tariff? And say you love them? He loves how the tariffs are
Hey,
working,
G-Star.
but he doesn't know the difference between them. So that's what we're getting. Like, because he argued with Val, of all people, about tariffs. And Val is on it. Val is
Val is
so.
like a mathematician.
Yes, and he tried to argue with Val about it. So that's why I was just like, wait a minute. Do you know the difference between a targeted and a blanketed tariff? No, I don't. I said, then, so how do you know you liked or loved them and that they're working? So I was like, I'm done.
I mean, do these people do any kind of shopping? Do they not realize how things have gone up, how prices have gone up with certain things? I mean, if you let's look at Walmart, for example, right? You know how like they have those slides that they sell, and it's usually like what, $10, $15?
Yeah,
Nobody is paying $20 for that, or
yeah.
$25
See,
for the
and
same thing.
and Aaron released today that prices are going to get even higher because of the fears of the inflation that's happening, because we're over 3% as of yesterday since February. Hmm. So prices are gonna go even higher.
I shop about the same. I spend about the same on groceries every month because I'm on VA disability. That's it. I don't get Social Security or anything else, and so I mean I'm not. I most of my stuff is paid for. I pay for my bills, and I'm good. So no worries. But what I used to get for $200 is not making $200. I can get some peanut butter, some jelly, some about 3 loaves of bread because I like to freeze my bread. I buy a bunch of it and freeze it, and maybe if I'm lucky, get a block of cheese so I can have some flavor in that whatever I'm cooking. And it's rough. That stuff's gone up bad. I think eggs are normal again.
Yeah,
I
eggs are
think.
normal again. But yeah, and I hear you. I'm so thankful my daughter is out on her own, and I only have to fend for myself because I couldn't imagine on my income trying to support us both right now
You know
with
what
everything going up.
the shitty thing about eggs being down is that we don't even eat eggs in this house because we just don't like the texture.
Mm.
So it's kind of
Yeah.
like, I mean, I use it for baking, which I'm not good at.
My daughter has never liked eggs since she was a toddler. Never. She won't put an egg in her mouth at all.
Same.
So it's like that doesn't help me because she doesn't like eggs. So I have to buy things to supplement. But she lives in her own little apartment with her boyfriend, and they're doing what they need to do. But I can't even imagine because when she was living with me, I used to buy all the food till just before they moved out, and I used to spend $300-400 a month.
So there are
So
two questions. I'm sorry. There are two questions in the chat. Bruce was asking Razzo what kind of jelly, because he was talking about peanut butter and jelly yesterday. And Aquarius asked, "Do you think we will have another Great Depression?" That's a good question.
I have a
Concord
great
grape.
depression.
Oh, thank you,
Oh, that's
Wakanda. Thank
beautiful.
you, Mom. Thank you. Um, they're already talking recession, and that was a beautiful gift, by the way. I've never seen that one, so thank you, Mom.
I've
But
seen it.
yeah, so yeah, they were talking today that the experts are saying we're in a little mini recession, and it's just gonna get worse. That
As far
yeah,
as
we're gonna be there, and we're only 8 months into this.
They're betting on the loss to make gains. They're betting
Thank you,
on the fall.
Wakanda. I'm sorry. What were you saying, Razzo? I was thanking Wakanda.
Oh no, you're good. It's I was saying, the people with the money are betting on the loss. They're hedging the bets or whatever they call it
Hmm.
to so no matter well they know it's going down. So
Yeah.
what they did is they bet on the downfall, and so they're going to make money on the back end as it goes down, and
Hmm.
they don't care because they're making money either way. It's crazy the way all that works.
It's just to
Terrible.
benefit their pockets and hurt us.
Who's going to get all their stuff when we don't have anything left? I mean, who's going to buy their products? I don't understand what their goal is, unless they know something we don't.
I mean, realistically, I'm like, how long can it go on like this? I just think that it's rather disturbing that any any senator, any congressman, anybody in any state would just allow for all of this craziness to happen, for people to lose their jobs. I mean, how long can it go on? Is what I'm saying.
And there's more Democratic governors in the country than there are Republican governors right now, or
Mhm.
I think it's still so. And we only hear the worst because everybody's in with him, so they don't get sued. So we only hear the bad stuff. Like we don't hear about all the unalivings of all these top CEOs and stuff because it would start a bigger movement, I guess.
Hmm.
Um, they're afraid of the revolution. But I mean, what do they expect when they started it? They pushed everybody into it. They
Right.
didn't. It didn't ever had to be this way.
Hmm.
But it's not as bad as it could be. But it's not great. It's just not hopeless. Let me put it that way.
Because I can't see this like going on for a long extended period of time. They're concentrating on, you just reminded me, Patriots, they're concentrating on like 14-year-olds and like child marriage and shit like that. Like, what are we
Yeah, it's
talking about
gross.
here? What's more important? People having jobs, people being prosperous and making money and paying their bills, or giving permission for a 14-year-old to get married? That should never be a priority. A 14-year-old child should be concentrating on getting an education, not getting married and building a freaking life with a grown ass man. Like,
Right.
this.
Education
Somebody should
means
have to stay with for how many years? How old are they going to get together?
It's
education means choice, though, because the
it's
more educated you are, the more choice you have.
but look who we have in the administration. Look who we have that support him. They're all a good majority of them have been convicted of some sort of SMEX crime.
Hmm.
Founder.
And
Oh, go ahead.
Aquarius, yes, it's gonna take years to bounce back, but we will.
So today, you guys know that I keep an eye on Michigan. The Republicans are fighting to push through a bill that would make SMEX traffickers anonymous as long as the babies that are a result of SMEX trafficking are surrendered so they can be saved.
Wait, I'm confused. I'm confused because I'm stuck on the stupid words. Say that again. How you have to like cover the words. What about
Okay,
test trafficking?
so the Republicans want to push through a bill. Hold on.
I guess there's a train going by.
No, it's a motorcycle.
Oh,
But
oh,
they're loud here.
oh.
So the Republicans want to push through a bill where they are protecting traffickers by making them anonymous. They do not have to register on the registry as long as they produce any babies that are a result of trafficking.
I'm sure it's the YT ones or
I,
any of them.
Because they're not going to care about anybody else outside of YT. They'll
Yeah,
probably
that's what I
say
was thinking.
anybody other than YT is your fault that it happened.
mean, but that's the
Or
thing. They're not even like trying to protect the mothers of these children,
mhm.
right? The ones that have had the atrocity committed against them. They just want the babies.
More bodies for their votes and whatever they're pushing.
It's because
Somebody to pass on.
the demand for white babies to be adopted is at an all-time high.
They're trying to rebuild the numbers.
So I have to say that
Stupid.
to you guys. All the other countries that went from a democracy to fascism, I have a feeling they had the same conversations and they didn't think that this was going to happen, right? And so I think we need to stop thinking that it's not going to happen because it's happening. They're also trying to take women's right to vote away. We need to be vigilant. We need to prepare because even if it doesn't happen, we should be prepared.
Right. But what does that
Also,
preparation look like? Do you know what I mean? Like, okay, so Gavin Newsom gave this speech. what are the next steps? What does preparation look like for us?
3 days. So they're saying prepare for at least 3 days of being cut off from services like electricity, water, internet. So have enough
Saying that.
food.
Who is saying that?
Any prepper, right now, whether they voted for him or not, and
Wait,
that's
you
the
mean to tell me that preppers are on this app saying be prepared for 3 days of no lights, no.
they're calling 3 days of darkness.
But
Yeah,
who the fuck is saying that though?
but like
They're
that, I
probably
mean, that's the general rule, right? If we look back at, you're supposed to have 3 days worth of food, 3 days worth of water, you know, candles, the generator, whatever, just to be prepared for any kind of emergency, whether it be a natural disaster or otherwise. But like
if
the other thing looks
Hold on,
like
Razzle.
getting your documents together. So making sure that if you have a marriage license, you've got copies of that plus the original birth certificates for you, your kids, your dogs, whatever. Um, you know, if you have a passport, making sure that you have it somewhere safe.
Mm-hmm.
Um, IDs, clothes to travel in. You know, basically the stuff that I personally used to make fun of people for having, and now we're like literally we're slowly buying these things. And this week I said we got to finish buying what we need to buy
Mm-hmm.
because I don't want to take a chance, especially where I live.
Who? Okay,
So there is
calm down because when I hear shit like this,
no, I'm not trying to be an alarmist. I
no,
promise.
I know that, but when I hear shit like this is the shit that people start spreading around, and they fear monger to other people. I don't like that. I'm not saying you, I'm saying people in general who have a tendency of getting on this app and doing fucking lives and talking about, you better do this, you better do that, we're gonna starve to death, we're gonna. No, I
It's
don't
gonna
want to
cause
fucking hear that. I
yeah.
want to hear how we're gonna come to solutions. Where are we getting this information from?
So I'll send you the creator. He is current military,
Mm-hmm.
but not like you know, the military that they're trying to make us afraid of. If that makes sense.
Okay.
But this is gonna cause fear and panic and cause people to do things that they normally wouldn't. It's gonna cause people to panic buy. It's gonna cause so we really should refrain from trying to listen to that kind of fear mongering because it's bad, but panicking is only gonna make it worse.
Correct. Because imagine if somebody's saying, if you don't get these things, you're going to starve to death and live in the dark because the lights are going to get cut off. Like, how do we jump into that? Go ahead, Razzo.
all right, being ex-military and having a bunch of people I know that were the ones way over on the other side of the fence, they were stocking up bunkers and underground bear caves.
Mm-hmm.
I was never into that, but I live here in the Gulf Coast, so I have to be ready for 2 to 3 weeks always
Okay.
because of hurricanes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So that is for anybody, that's a good plan. That's a good solid just to be on the safe side.
Right.
Beans, rice, some clean water. You know, you can always get rainwater later. You know, for me, luckily we're in that season.
Yeah.
But
You've
you know,
started
you
to
got to think
buy
about stuff
already,
like
right?
Wait, hold on.
you got to think about stuff like that, like collections of water and just in case. It's not fear mongering so much. I mean, there's a lot of people on here just selling stuff, boy, they want that reflective this
Mm-hmm.
and that, the night vision goggles and the
Right.
tents that, I get so mad when I see all that. And they're doing what you're talking about and just trying to get off people's, fears and make money. And it's terrible. But there's stuff like the flint lighters that get wet and you can still make a fire with wood. Learning how to do some of this little like cooking outside with wood, from tree logs or whatever, and making those logs burn hotter and slower. Stuff like that. I mean, it's good. It's good to have. And like me, I have to put it to use every other year or every so many years because of hurricanes. And I'm stuck out here with no power for 3 weeks. Last time it was 3 weeks, and it was this time of year, and I was sweating.
Mm-hmm.
I was in a puddle every night, just windows open, trying not to
Okay,
suffocate.
so Rezo, in that regard, it makes sense because you're talking
Right.
about your location, where you live, how you can be impacted with storms, et cetera, et cetera. But I'm talking about, and Grace, I get what you're saying too, because of where you live as well. But I'm talking about in general. If you start generalizing to everyone, saying if you don't do this, and can you mute your mic because I hear myself?
Oh,
I hear an echo. Thank you. If you don't do this, certain events are going to happen as a result of it. We can't necessarily believe everything that everybody's saying. So express it in a way of how to make preparations, but don't say, oh, if you don't do this, all the lights are going to cut off and you're going to be living in the dark and there's not going to be any water, et cetera, et cetera. Teach people how to prepare without panicking. There's a way of conveying a message. And a lot of people don't know how to do that. And I'm not saying you have to go to school and learn how to become a public speaker so that you can learn how to convey messages and think about your audience and what it is that you're telling them. But yeah, in a way, you have to know how you're going to convey those messages because you cannot just say anything. We have a lot of people here who suffer from anxiety, who have a lot of different mental challenges, who live with depression. You cannot just say anything. You have to learn how to be responsible in how you are conveying the message. You're either going to convey the message and be empathetic, or you're going to convey a message because you're only here to grift, and that's fucking it.
I agree because it's different, Razo. When you live in a place that has hurricane season, such as I also do. I don't live in the Gulf, but I'm in North Carolina, so I know about the preparations, and they warn you months in advance. Start buying stuff now, so you're not panic buying, so you're prepared for when these events happen. Because when you start fear mongering and people start doing things out of panic, that's when people get hurt.
Right.
I'm sorry, guys. That wasn't my intention, but um, you know, I don't know if anybody remembers like what happened back in '03, where a good portion of the East Coast and Midwest lost power.
Mm-hmm.
Um, so like I was in New York when that happened, and Canada, we were in Niagara Falls. Canada diverted their power to Niagara Falls. But when we got home a week later, like people in Michigan were still out of power and talking with their neighbors, which was weird. But I don't say it to like fear, but those are things that in my house that we personally have in a special bag
Mm-hmm.
ready to go just in case.
Which
Because
makes absolute sense.
so
Another
and
way, and I need help with this one. Another way, especially now, because of the Trump organization and how they took everything down and dismantle the government,
Hmm.
basically,
Hmm.
FEMA's not going to be around.
Right.
So everybody, because there's some kind of tragedy, or I hate to say it like that, but there's some kind of despair. There's some kind of bad thing that's going to happen anywhere in the country. Maybe you always got to be prepared.
Hmm.
And if FEMA's not going to be there for you, now we all have to do this kind of preparation, and it's not just for this government, whatever you want to call it, takeover or
Right.
spooky ooky stuff. It's this is all going to self correct, not self correct, but it's all going to correct. I mean, there's already because somebody said something about military. There's already grumblings in the military that they're pushing back already,
Hmm.
so that's a good sign. Um, that's always a good sign. Just
Right.
as long as I mean, if they ever went the wrong way, it would be bad. But it's not. It's not going to happen.
Hmm.
And that's what this guy that I follow was saying. He goes, "Don't fear us. We're on, we're on the side of the United States citizens, and we are going to defend the oath we took," which gave me hope. But he also said, be be smart, be prepared.
Hmm.
So, I didn't want to cause any anxiety or stress for anybody, and I'm sorry if I did. I just,
No, absolutely not. You did not cause anxiety, not with me. I think I get upset because I've heard people on this app spread that type of propaganda. And it fucked me up. It can mess up anybody who is broke like me right now. You understand what I'm saying? Like, I know that I'm not going to be broke forever. Like, that much I know. I've been in bad places in my life, and I've always recovered. And anybody who's experienced a little bit of a setback, you always bounce back and you come back from that shit. But when people start spreading these speeches of like, get like a cave, what are those things called, like those bunkers, you know what I mean?
a
Like, you
bunker.
can't tell, yeah, bunkers, you can't tell
Silos.
everybody that, because not everybody can do something like that. There are people who have disabled family members, people that are in wheelchairs, you know what I mean? And when you start talking in that general term of a catastrophe is going to happen, people are not thinking about, oh, they're probably talking about this state. It may not happen out here because we're pretty good. When you start generalizing, people will go into panic mode, like Athena was saying. And I've seen people on this app do that shit. And that's what pisses me off, because I'm like, you're talking, but you're not really thinking about what you're saying, which is messed up, because you don't have any experience in that area where you think that you could just spread this bullshit. And it's not right.
Well,
I
Yes,
know what I had a
Bruce.
bunker. If I had a bunker, you know what I'm putting in my bunker? A couple of dolls.
And
Oh
some
my
jelly.
god. I knew you were gonna
well,
say that.
we're not going back there
Hi,
again, are we?
Right? You're like
Bruce.
we're all
Bruce, are,
alone.
are you Bruce? Are you new here? Welcome.
What?
Oh, you,
Wait, hold on.
I know she's being
Hello.
funny.
hey, folks,
Hey Patriot, how's it going?
I'm
Hi.
I'm good. You hear what I said, but when I heard dolls, I said, "Oh, we're going to go back to last night." But I wanted
And the
to,
night before.
Actually,
or night
the reason
before.
I came up here, Patriot, I came up here to ask Razzo what kind of jelly he bought because he just totally ditched. He just dodged the question.
Yeah,
I'll
that's
tell
my
you, Bruce.
excuse and sticking to it.
Bruce, I just
I did
left.
appreciate that laughter, though. I tell you, you guys are therapy for me. But I wanted to come back and maybe add some context from a talk track perspective on what Maribel's asking about. or asking us to think about.
Mm-hmm.
What's the difference between spreading conspiracies and going back to what we talked about a couple of nights ago, which is when it happens, how is it going to happen? And I think I have potentially something we could use.
Okay.
And when Maribel asked us a couple of nights ago, when it happens, how is it going to happen? And we talked about the Constitution, hopefully within the framework of the Constitution, is how it happens, his demise, or the pyramid. It happens within the confines or the framework of U.S. law,
Mm-hmm.
criminal liability. And then number three, we talked about the same application of law from an international perspective, and we
Mm-hmm.
used the G word. What I think you're asking us to think about now is from an emergency perspective or preparations for disruption to the social system, we should all be prepared for whether it's climate emergencies or otherwise. But I think the one piece I would add to what I said the other night, which is a question I have, if the military were to get involved, under what context and what is the trigger point? And my daughter, who is retired military,
Mm-hmm.
she keeps saying to me, Dad, he is violating the Constitution.
Every day.
And that is the one thing that I think could lead to the trigger point that makes military intervention a possibility as the fourth element of his demise. Let me just pause there.
Mm-hmm.
So I have
Hold
a
on.
similar. Oh,
Did I don't I see he said let me just pause there. You're saying pause, you're done?
Yes, yes.
Oh, okay. Okay,
I
go
just
ahead.
added the
Go ahead,
military
Grace.
to the other three. I just added the military to the other three elements we discussed the other night.
Oh, okay, okay. Go ahead, Grace. You got the floor.
so Patriot, I do have a similar story. Without divulging too much information, my sister-in-law is a colonel in the army, and she works under JAG. She voted for him 3 times, all 3 times. However, she has made it known to family, especially when they came for rounds of cutting out JAG personnel, that he is a clear and present danger to this country, which is not something I would ever heard her say in 14 years. She's a very smart, very level-headed person. Um,
3 times. How smart could she possibly be?
she is very intelligent. Her reasons are her reasons. And funny enough is that none of them are what we are typically fighting with MAGA about. Um, it's purely money motivated, which is unfortunate. Yeah.
Can I say something?
Yeah.
I don't want to cut you off, but that doesn't make it better.
No.
Yeah, that's still
Listen,
just as
I'm
bad.
not.
Like money
I'm not.
motivated. Yeah,
I'm
it's
not
just
trying
it's
to
just
make. I'm not trying to make excuses. But what I'm saying is, as a female lawyer for the United States Army, she knows. She knows that she has the chance to be in a position where she might have to try some of her own, if it came down to it.
Right.
And I think she's afraid of that because she's got kids, she's got a family, and as a woman in the army, it's already hard enough. As a woman who did three tours in Afghanistan, like she's seen a lot. She's been to the front lines. And she is the smartest person that I know. Politics aside, when she said that, that's kind of when I knew, and this was back during Christmas, that we were. I knew on November 5th, but I knew that we were fucked. So,
as of right now, with the way he's out trying to occupy DC, we might be past an inflection point because that's the capital, right? Basically,
Boistering.
it's a fortress now. You can't go in there. They're stopping people randomly on the streets.
Yeah.
Um, so like
I mean,
really,
they're still trying to protest. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have used that word. Sorry, TikTok shop. They're still they're still trying to gather for special birthday parties within the capital. But it's just everything's being so suppressed that we're not seeing what's going on. I'm just getting glimpses here and there. Um, Bruce, you might be right, and I hope you're not. No offense. That would make me super duper sad.
kind of goes back to what you were saying earlier. Like, be prepared, right? I don't.
Right.
I'm not an alarmist at all, but I am one of these people that believes that you should be in your best physical shape. You should be physically fit as you can afford to be. You should be uh, ready to defend yourself by any means necessary. And that means if you have to upgrade your artillery, do that. Because at this point, I don't think a Glock's going to do it. And
So, but that's the thing. Like in my household, I can't have those things for my own safety, right?
fine. I mean, I'm
Yeah,
not talking in general, like for you personally, but in general, I feel like we're past the point where like we're gonna like these people are gonna be reasonable. If we're ever gonna make it to that point, we should probably be plan on defending ourselves.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So, like, a group of my girlfriends are getting ready to take some classes and go and buy their first fun sticks, and they're really excited about it. And
The dolls again.
one of my friends,
Founder had her hand up, and then
oh,
Razzle.
sorry.
So after you're done, Grace, Founder, and then Razzle.
Well, the question is what's the hardest part about this whole process? And somebody said getting the actual license, getting the thing is easy, right? And there's no background check, so unless you've had an involuntary commit, like under 5150, you're good to go. So yeah, I don't know.
Okay, go ahead, Founder.
So that's what I was trying to get at. My husband's a Marine vet. And the minute he saw that DC got militarized, LA was one thing because they were doing it only at the federal buildings. But the fact that they militarized DC, the city, and said they're taking over the police department, that to him was a concern. And all I'm saying is make sure you have your documents in order and make sure that, you have at least some idea that if something was to happen, where you would go. That's all I'm saying. Because you want to be vigilant, but not, we don't want to be in fight or flight, which I think everybody already is, honestly. But all I'm saying is just be cautious and be prepared. That's it.
Patriot is like, how do I raise my hand? It's an emoji. You just, like when you open up your keyboard, like when you're going to type in a comment, you just use the hand.
Oh, hello. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I appreciate the training.
No worries. Go ahead,
Maybe,
Razzle.
maybe Maribel, you can tell me at some point how to send you gifts. I have no idea how to do that. But
You see on the bottom of your screen here,
yeah, the
Hey,
gift
Russ.
thing.
there's a little gift box at the bottom of your screen. When you hit that gift box, it opens up. It opens up
Oh,
this screen here where you can send whatever.
yeah,
We
you
need to do
asked
a
me.
GoFundMe to get Maribel a new phone.
Well, this is
Well,
I use
the
my
other night,
iPhone for this, but this is an Android phone that I have that I really hate, but it's only, for work purposes, so it's
well,
not
the
for
other night, Maribel, you asked us for something specific, and I didn't know where to find it. You asked us to get something to you to get you over something.
Oh, what was that?
Oh
I
yeah,
sent her a
but
rose.
Oh,
that was the TikTok, because TikTok does these gift goals. So that already happened.
So
The flash
how do I,
goals,
okay.
The
it
flash
promotes
goals, yeah, the flash
it,
goals.
it just the flash goals promote a live, but if you want to send a gift, it's cheaper if you go to tiktok.com/recharge and buy coins from there
Hmm.
to
how does it
send
link?
to s- I have a little widget. I was able to create a widget from the TikTok website, so I
Yeah.
just click on the widget and recharge.
Oh, that's
Well,
pretty
Maybe if
cool.
somebody could just send a message in the group chat that I can follow to teach me how to send gifts to you folks or
yeah,
coins.
and well, in Patriot, you see at the top, above all of us, above Maribel, above the panel, there's a star there right now, and the second is going to be a dinosaur. That's her live goal. If you
Oh,
click on that, it gives you an option to send it right from there.
Uh huh.
got it.
And I'm just saying, gave you the tiktok.com/recharge because it's cheaper to buy coins there. If you buy them through the box icon, they're more expensive. I don't know why.
Yeah, and then what about TikTok.com/coin? Is that the
Oh
same
my
thing as
god.
recharge, or is that different?
It's
Okay.
the same thing.
Okay, I got it. Well, let
I
me
see you
add
got a.
something to the conversation about. Thank you for that, by the way. But let me just. We'll try to get through this without violating anything. But there's something that occurred back to the point, and I want to just say thank you to. The little box says, I would. Who is that? I would. Who has a relative in JAG?
That's
Great.
Grace.
Grace. I just wanted to thank you for sharing that, because it helps validate at least what we're talking about in terms of potential and I think the earlier preparation for emergency. So just thank you for sharing that. But something happened, folks, that I believe, and I'm a Pollyanna. I believe in the positive and I'm an optimist. But do y'all remember when there were those? I don't want to just. I'll call them drones because maybe that's not a word that you can get violently with. But those drones all over the place.
Oh, you're talking about the what do they call that again? The Chanel bags.
Chanel bags.
That's the code for it. Yeah, Chanel
Okay,
bags.
Chanel bags. I got it. Thank you. Those Chanel bags, I believe, was part of our planning and preparation for what I'll refer to as societal unrest, if that's okay.
Mm-hmm.
I believe our military already knows where all these yahoos are. And when something goes down where we need to intervene with Chanel bags
Right.
and keep people under control, it's going to be a lot smoother than we think. I don't believe we're ever going to get to the point where we're doing anything crazy. And back to the point where nobody ever got a logical explanation as to why those things were all over the country.
Mm-hmm.
I just believe with my daughter's tutelage, Dad, we're good at this stuff. And that's all she would say to me.
What are we talking about with these bags? I missed something somewhere.
You can't talk about DRONES. We call them Chanel bags.
Right. I get that part, but I don't know what we're talking about as far as the bigger picture of the Chanel bags. When did Chanel bags actually take over the everywhere?
It was like it wasn't January. It was definitely after he was elected, and it was winter. I remember it happening because my friend was in New Jersey and saw it, the Chanel bags, and was sending us pictures.
Yeah, that
So
was a big thing.
yeah,
What did they look like? Because there's different. There's the stuff you see on TikTok Shop, and then there's like the big full
oh
size.
no, these were the full size.
Okay, the skinny cigar looking.
Volkswagens was a typical description.
Yeah. Now they use those in Homeland for surveillance, which they shouldn't be. Uh, they use them for weather. They used to. I don't know what they use them. But traffic. There's all kinds of uses for them. Like anything you would use a helicopter for in a city. That
Hey, Razo, I
says,
don't know if I can say that, but look what Raph wrote to you in the comments.
I don't know what JFC.
Jesus
Christ,
after
dude.
Jesus Christ.
Thank you. I'm not all hip to the.
Hey, I see you got Newsom in
Oh, I
your
thought he was trying to use code words. I'm losing it. I had a
Well,
gummy, y'all. I'm
That's
sorry.
anyway.
yes, Newsom today gave a speech. He's talking about Liberation Day. Hey, get busy. So basically, I just wanted to get everybody's feedback on his pushback, if you can look at it that way. I mean, I don't know, but it seems that he is the only one from what I'm seeing that's really like opening up his mouth and saying something and like doing something about it.
And
What the secret files are.
I want to know that too.
That I mean, that's everybody,
wants to know that, but he's gonna keep invading cities until we forget about it.
right?
Well, Well
Talking
Endowed has
about
her hand up.
Newsom has some secret files he says he wants to release.
And he said that it's going to ruin his
Yeah,
whole everything.
yeah.
I'm still with this
Go
court
ahead,
case.
Well Endowed. Wait, Well Endowed had her hand up. Go ahead, Well
Sorry.
Endowed. She's been quiet all this time.
So I just have a question. I did not see this like live stream that y'all put in the Discord earlier, uh, with Newsom. So can somebody tell me summarize that for me?
He had a
Go
press
ahead, Bruce.
conference today with he had a press conference today with all the major Democratic leaders here in California, and what they're doing is they're going to have an election. They've decided to put it up for a vote. They're having an election on November 4th to suspend the Independent Redistricting Commission so we can gerrymander Republicans out of their seats here in California.
Ah, okay. Yeah, okay, yeah, that makes sense. I just know that like my state has a huge gerrymandering issue that has been going on since like 2015, maybe even longer than that.
What
But
state do you live in?
so I live in Ohio, and since 2015, there have been multiple elections on gerrymandering and like the redistricting of districts and stuff. And every single time we have voted on this issue specifically, it has passed, and then the Republicans in the state of Ohio have repeatedly refused to they have refused to put it into action. So they're kind of, and we had there was a special election, I think in 2021, 2022, about gerrymandering yet again, and this one would, it was supposed to, from what I knew about it, it would make it so that there would be more power in the hands of one party rather than the other.
Go get everybody get out.
I think specifically it was before they wanted 4 seats. Maybe I think it was 4. I think the Democrats had 4 seats before, and then they were trying to lower it to 3 recently. So
Founder had her hand up.
Grace,
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Sorry.
no, it's okay. I was just answering Grace's question in the comments.
Oh.
So I think it was 2023 we voted on AB rights in a special election recently, and that wasn't the only issue in that special election either. It was the legalization of um, the devil's lettuce. So neither issue was blocked per se. They did pass, but Republicans in this state are just refusing to put it into action. So it passed, but nothing has come of it. The only issue um, that has been in motion since that election was the issue on devil's lettuce. So,
Okay.
to answer your question.
Go ahead, founder.
I just wanted to say this too. So, after he was elected, I was paying attention very specifically to legislation that they were pushing in Republican states, right? And they pushed bill, I think it's 78, 79, House Bill, yeah, House Bill 7879 in Tennessee, which basically said that either an officiant or the license office could deny marriage licenses to uh, interracial couples and or same schmex couples, right? And hmm, what did they come out with this week? That they want to turn over Loving and give it back to the states. And I said from then, I said, pay attention to what they're doing in Republican states, because what they're doing in the states is what they intend to do in the federal government as well.
Mm-hmm.
And it's happening.
Hold on, they're gonna bring back miscegenation laws.
They want to get rid of Loving, overturn it, and give it back to the states.
Yeah,
Man, that is
my
dark.
my governor went on TikTok of all places and said that it should be back to the states. Well, here in the butthole of America, it's going to be gone because, well, it's the butthole of America.
Did you want to add something, Well Endowed?
Yeah, so I just had a question for founder. You mentioned a law loving, I think it was a Supreme Court case. Uh it was called Loving, you said.
Yes.
Is that the one that allowed um interracial marriages?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, I just wanted clarification. Thank you.
And you're welcome. So here's the thing. So my husband and I are interracially married, and we had considered moving to Tennessee. And I saw that bill because my mom's in Tennessee, and I
So
live
is
in the
mine.
safety of a blue state. Yeah. And I had said to her, I said, I can't. My mom got really angry with me. I was like, I can't move down there. If they're doing that, that is a dog whistle to me.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not putting my family through that. So when I saw that, she got upset. Oh, it's just because of their religious beliefs. I said, what does interracial marriage have anything to do with their religious beliefs? Like, no, not at all. So then I saw this week, and I said, I knew it, because Tennessee will be one of the ones that will do it. They already showed us that. So thankfully, I was smart enough to pay attention and not move.
Wow. So what happens to the marriages of people that are in? My sister is married to a black guy. What happens to that? What the fuck?
I don't even know. I don't. So somebody told me that they think that any existing marriage won't be impacted. It'll be moving forward. But how does that even make sense? And how is that even going to work? Like, I don't get it at all. It's crazy how interracially married and children that we have in this country, and how that's going to impact it. It's crazy.
I just went through a whole row of people in my life all at once. I mean, what if they start harassing them and giving them a hard time? Like, I really don't want to go down that rabbit hole, but
Hear you, and that's what I was worried about. And I almost sent it. I was like, I was gonna be petty today because my mom and I, she didn't vote for Trump this time around, but she did vote for him, uh, not in 2020, but the first time. And so we've had our battles over this over and over. And I'm very distant from my mom anyway because of things I've told you, right?
mhm.
But this particular thing, I'm telling her, like, this is going to impact my family. And she was not trying to hear me. And that was like, we talk maybe once every few weeks now because I just, this impacts my child. Like, uh, I don't know. It's crazy.
So we're supposed to know something by tomorrow. Is that the understanding?
About the Loving case, I don't know if it's tomorrow, but I know that that's something that they're trying to do. And they
Mhm.
also, you have to pay attention too, because there's a lot of bills that they put into Congress that haven't been voted on. So I'm always on Congress.gov looking at it. I also, what you can do, like, I don't use Chat GPT as a source, but sometimes I'll use it to, like, say, okay, what states have pushed what legislation, and it'll bring it up. And then you can go to that state's individual house and look at their bills. So
Right.
that's how I get information. It's crazy. I don't think it's that fast, Ms. Viv, at all. But they are definitely hinting at it. And with everything else they've already done, especially with all the civil rights offices, I wouldn't be shocked if they get it up to the Supreme Court.
You know what is frightening? Like, I know a lady, she wrote a book, like, she's still alive. She was, she talked about like having secret relations. She was a white lady. She was talking about having secret relationships with black guys because it wasn't allowed outside of that. So they would meet in like people's houses. I'm like, we can't go back to that shit. Like this, you can't tell people what skin color to love or what schmecks to love. You can't do that to people. Where's the Heritage Foundation offices?
I knew. And here's the other thing. It's not just black and white, white tea, I'm sorry. Um, it's all interracial marriage. Because what they have an issue with is the white tea population is diminishing. We have a 1.4 birth rate. And they think somehow that legislation is going to fix that. You heard what they said about the sexual trafficking ring. Like, and they want the babies and they're going to let the uh, traffickers get away with it. Like, that's insane. But what else is their motivation?
Hmm. I just think it's just insane. I'm still looking at it like whatever it is that they're aspiring to happen is not going to happen. You can't control a bigger population. Like, how is that going to
Maribel,
happen?
they better send me to the colonies because I'm not doing nothing else. I'm kidding. It's a joke. But if anyone watched Handmaid's Tale, you know what I'm talking about. Send me to the colonies because I'm not for any of that other stuff.
It's just crazy. Go ahead, Patriot.
Yeah, did I hear someone ask about where the Heritage Foundation is located?
I was being sarcastic because
Well,
what I'm thinking in my head, I can't even type it or say it out loud.
I totally agree. And I was on a call, a nationwide call earlier. I'll look up the website, but it's part of a nationwide focus on peaceful music festivals,
Hmm.
and they really have their act together. And one of the things that they've added to I think it's called Indivisible, but I'll have to check.
Mm-hmm.
But they're usually twice a month, these hour-long calls. And tonight's call was all around a second strategy associated with protesting at specific sites versus
Mm-hmm.
just planned music festivals. And two of the specific objectives are where the ultra rich billionaires hang out, homes, businesses.
Mm-hmm.
And one of them I know on their radar is the Heritage Foundation headquarters in Washington, D.C. There are people in front of that building every day.
Yeah, I
So,
know that they're protesting in front of that building. So they're located in DC.
correct, that's their headquarters.
Mm-hmm.
Now, just a couple of comments, and then I'll make sure that I send you folks the website for this group. But to me, the Heritage Foundation is prehistoric strategy. It's in the 60s. The founder just passed away. Two board members within the last year passed away. It to me is an old YT ultra Christian nationalist strategy that I think is on its last legs. That's just me.
So wait, you're saying that 3 people passed away from the Heritage Foundation?
Board members, yes. The original founder, most I'd say within the last 30 to 60 days.
Right.
Can I
Others
just,
have as well.
but
But
the
just one more thing on the Heritage Foundation, folks. It's kind of like trying to enter the surf with a boogie board
Mm-hmm.
and got a sheet of plywood strapped to your back. These folks aren't going to go, they're not going to get what they want.
I don't
Just
think they are.
my opinion.
Go ahead, founder.
Well, the thing that concerns me is that they were able to overturn Roe, right? That's number one. Number two, um, so as someone that grew up in Christian nationalism and deconstructed from all of that and has family that I don't associate with them, but some of them are prominent within my community. So I see things on like Facebook or other places in reference to them. They are very well organized. That is the thing that concerns me, because like conservative Catholics and then the evangelists and all these people, they're all Christian nationalists, and what they are good at doing within their community is not only indoctrinating their children. Because I can tell you, like as a 7-year-old, they had me giving speeches about AB before I even knew what that was.
Mm-hmm.
Like they are very good at that. And then they have men's groups and women's groups, and that's how they push their message. So even though the founders that are in the foundation itself are going away, you still have the America First Foundation. You still have the Daughters of the Confederacy. You still have Moms for Liberty. Like all of these organizations, they are all interconnected in some way, shape, or form. So I don't want us to not pay attention to that. I don't think that they'll get as far as they want to, but they're doing a lot of things and we haven't been able to stop it. So I just want everyone to be vigilant of that, because they are well organized. They're moving communities. And I'm not just talking about the YT only communities. I'm talking about Christian nationalist communities into certain states purposely to impact votes. There's documentaries on this. So just be vigilant.
That's good to know. Thank you for bringing that up, founder, because I'm like, it's not only the Heritage Foundation, there are these other distorted organizations who are also doing this, and spreading their own propaganda.
Absolutely.
Think of the movies like a super spy movie. That's exactly what they're doing. They're infiltrating all the little. They're like the little bugs. They infiltrate all the little cracks and crevices, and so their little workings are in everything.
Mm-hmm.
And they still won't be able to grab everything, but they do make a bad wound, a sour taste. They're doing havoc
Mind
right
repeating those? Would you mind repeating those? I like to take notes. Would you? You quickly went through some of
now.
those other groups.
Oh,
So we're talking about the America First Foundation. They helped write some of Trump's EOs. Moms for Liberty, the Daughters of the Confederacy, and then if you look at the groups like through the Catholic Church, Knights of Columbus, there's like a ton of them. But if you look them up, Like if you look for any they try not to call themselves Christian nationalists, but they absolutely are. They're conservative, extremist Catholics. They have hundreds of men's and women's groups across the country, and so do the evangelists and all of them as well. So you can look it up, and there's hundreds of these groups within different communities, and that's how they push their propaganda and their message is through the church.
I appreciate you sharing that. Thank you.
No problem.
I
Wow.
appreciate you sharing that. Thank you. I took those notes.
What
You know, one thing,
about
folks, we have,
what about
and we have the U.S. Constitution,
mhm.
separation of church and state. You be in front of one of these groups, and I'm going to just keep on it.
What about I know there's an End Citizens United, but are they talking about an organization called Citizens United that's also nationalist? Correct?
So let me double check. I didn't want to say I don't know all the names off the top of my head. So you said it's Citizens United?
Yeah.
I'll look
There's
it
an
up.
End Citizens United, which, I'm gathering that they're the ones that's trying to shut down Citizens United. If I'm not mistaken. We lost you, Patriot. Because you had connection issues, it looks like. Hey, Raf, what's going on?
Good evening, dear. How are you? How is everyone?
We're here. We're strategizing, I guess.
Strategizing. I like it. Oh yeah, today's been I don't know, I've just been very relaxed and not having a care in the world because I'm not letting anyone take my peace. And I will say that from now until whenever I have to, until I feel like I need to care about something
Mhm.
because uh I'm not sorry. I'm not feeling anything political lately because it's all bad news.
Mhm.
I mean, the one thing that really got me today that made me excited and made me hold on to some semblance of hope, right, was what I heard Gavin Newsom say. Not in regards to what he has against Trump's uh, political career,
Mhm.
but what he wants to do about in response to in California to what Texas is going to do. So, or what Texas is doing.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't want to be a Debbie Downer, but
You're good. You're good. Founder had her hand up. Go ahead, Founder, because I don't know if you found.
I did. So it's
Mhm.
actually, which here's the thing: they're a conservative political organization. So, i.e., 9 times out of 10, they have some type of connection to this, right? But what happened is they sued the Federal Election Commission, and it went to the Supreme Court to change campaign finance and allow corporations and unions to spend unlimited money on independent political advocacy. So that's why people are saying end it, because they want that corporate money out of politics.
Right. That's right. I knew it had to do with the corporate money.
Well, because like as an individual, we can only donate $1,200 to a candidate directly,
Mhm.
but companies can funnel billions of dollars into super PACs, and the money doesn't have to be traced. They don't look at it, and we know, or at least we think we know, that in this most recent contest, that the money that was coming in wasn't even coming in from US sources, right?
Mm-hmm.
So Elon being a big part TikTok shop,
Ilanka.
um,
We can call him Ilanka,
Ilanka,
right?
the South African wannabe, um, going in and spending $300 million giving away, money directly to citizens who voted for him. Like, in what world? In what world? In what country does that fly other than authoritarian regimes?
Mm-hmm.
In Georgia, sure, but never here, not until now.
Yeah.
So if I have a limit on how much I can donate, I think businesses and corporations should also have limits, and I want transparency. Off my soapbox now.
I agree.
Well,
No, there should always be transparency.
they're doing it purposely though, because then these
You know, Mary
corporations.
Beth, can you hear me? I'm having
Oh,
some trouble
sorry.
here.
Yes, hold on. Founder is talking. I know you have bars, so I don't know if you heard Founder talking. Go ahead, Founder.
I know. I was just saying, like, these corporations, when they do this, they influence policy too, and we should be in an uproar over that, because here's the thing: those corporations are the same people that are paying us low wages, not livable wages in this economy, and then they're getting tax breaks and perks and whatever legislation they want passed, or
Mhm.
EPA stuff ignored. These are things we have to keep in mind. Like, these things impact us in a huge way, and I agree they shouldn't be involved in politics at all. It should be the people, and the electoral college should go too.
Yeah, that should definitely go because I think that makes a terrible impact on how the voting is counted.
Well, like, it made sense 200 years ago, right?
Yeah, but we
Because,
weren't around 200 years ago either.
but no, that's what I'm saying. 200 years ago, it made sense because we had not even a fraction of the population. Oh my gosh, my cats are being feisty. We didn't even have a fraction of the population we have now. But, like, I like Alaska. Alaska's got ranked choice voting.
Mm-hmm.
So you could have 10 candidates and you rank them in the order that you want them. And that's what New York did with their mayoral race for the Dems, is that they did it like an unofficial ranked choice voting.
Mm-hmm.
And the top two candidates were together, and they're like, you can vote for either one of us, but don't vote for Cuomo. And Mom Donnie came in first and Cuomo came in third.
Mm-hmm.
But of course, Grubby Hands McGrubsters got his hands back in it again, feeding money so he can get Andrew that coveted spot.
I mean, it's almost like, why vote for a man who was accused of SA? And then I'm saying to myself, what are you talking about? Look who's in the White House now. Like, what difference does it make for these people?
Duh, Miracle.
Almost like it's almost like um you know Cuomo went to Trump and said, "You got to help me here. This is ridiculous. I have to get through this." They look. Trump did it too. Trump did it too. Look what he did it too. So that's
But you
like,
see, but you see, Raf, it goes back to everything that I've been saying over and over and over again. We have normalized insanity. Nobody ever got a spanking for being bad. Instead, they got a reward. They got second place trophies and they made it okay. Instead of just teaching a person how
Yep.
to deal with a loss, they coddled them. And they expect that now as a freaking adult.
And that, like, there also comes the question, like, I mean, like, I know that you love New York City and everything like that. Don't get me wrong, but you were governor of New York, and look what happened before. Like, now you want to be mayor of New York City.
It's like a downgrade.
It's not necessarily a downgrade, but it is in the political sense, in the career sense, like with aspirations of, climbing a ladder instead of taking a step off of a step stool, right?
Mm-hmm.
But it's almost like he didn't learn his lesson in a way. I guess maybe that's how I could put it. He didn't learn his lesson.
Are you talking about Cuomo?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's just my thought, but I'm telling you, tell me what you guys think. But Mamdani, to me, represents the will of the people in terms of the primary. And to me, it's the establishment Democrats, the old guard, who went and tapped Cuomo on the shoulder and said, "We're not ready to accept the socialist part of Mamdani yet. We need you back in the race." I don't think this is a personal thing for Cuomo. I think he was asked by the establishment Democrats to throw his hat back in the ring.
You think that's what it is?
Definitely. You take a look at how long it's taken, if any, tenured Democrats in Congress have put their weight behind Mamdani, and I think it's still zero. And I quite frankly, am ready for throwing every incumbent out, Democrat or Republican. I'm tired of all of them. Didn't mean to shut everybody down. Sorry.
No, it's okay. I guess we're all thinking.
That's exactly what I was saying.
So systems are
But
processing.
just a couple of thoughts for future conversations or even tonight, Maribel. But the conversation on electoral college, there's pluses and minuses of that. I'd love to talk through that some more. But at the top of my list, I'd love to have some conversation with you folks around what is real effectual leadership versus political leadership.
We can
And
do
the
that conversation right now.
and the third thing I wrote was, where has democracy beaten back the ultra right most recently? I think it's Germany. So that was my third potential topic for us to banter about.
What was the first topic again?
The electoral college. Someone had mentioned it earlier about,
Oh, okay.
has it outlived its usefulness?
I mean, to be honest with you, and I'm not even going to sit here and act like I know everything about politics because I don't. Like I've said this before. I got into it like the later part of last year because once Kamala Harris was involved, I'm like, wait, this is like a game changer right now. This is very, very important. The way I looked at it was we were going to live another moment of history. I totally believe that with my whole heart. Nobody couldn't tell me anything different. I was having conversations with people and I'm like, don't worry, she's going to win. Because I was having a conversation with this dude who lived out in Texas and he's here, also in an interracial marriage. He's black. His wife is, I think she's Asian, if I'm not mistaken. Um, and he was like, I'm buying a pew pew because it ain't looking good. And I'm like, no, don't worry. Don't worry. We got this. I haven't spoken to him since, because I didn't know what to think or say. It was like, damn, like what happened? What happened here? So I am still learning. I'm laughing at something completely different. Raph, I'm going to get you for that.
But
I
that's,
just
I
looked
mean,
at
but
my
that's why we're
Discord.
here,
What are you
right?
gonna get for?
We're here to learn from each other and share our knowledge and share our our expertise or our knowledge base.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, this is a community, right? We're together almost every night. It's probably one of the best relationships I've ever been in.
Me
Sorry,
too.
honey.
Oh,
But
So,
same.
I mean, like, if we're talking about the electoral college, how do you get rid of that?
Oh, can I pose
What
a
needs to
question to
happen?
everyone?
Hmm?
I just want to pose a question to everyone about it, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the Electoral College is what is allowing Gavin Newsom to do what he's doing to combat what Republicans are doing. But to the opposite of that, for years and years and years and years and years, Republicans have done things like count their prison population, even though those people can't vote, and half of them aren't even residents of their state. They're just shipped to that state to be in prison, right? So they utilize the population of the prisons to their advantage when it comes to determining how many senators and House representatives they have. So the thing is, like, I get it on one hand, like right now, if we didn't have it, Newsom wouldn't be able to do what he's doing to impact what's going on. But at the same time, it's also how Republicans have consistently been, I was going to say the wrong word, they have been dishonest and doing things that don't represent the people. I was going to say the other word that we can't say on here because it's,
Mm-hmm.
you know.
Yeah.
right, I mean, but that's like how the popular tally
Mm-hmm.
is always in favor of one side over the other. And I'm not saying let's kick it to the curb right now,
Mm-hmm.
but let's at least introduce other ways of having a contest that make it so everybody's voice is counted and you're not forced to choose. And then we get into the lesser of two evils conversation, which pushes people out of wanting to vote entirely, which is how we got here in the first place.
I think honestly, more people would vote if there wasn't an electoral college because a lot of people that are living in like blue states, they're like, oh well, my vote doesn't matter because it's a blue state, or they say the same thing in a red state if they're a blue dot in a red state. Some people feel defeated by that, but that's
Yeah.
because of the electoral college. I think more people would vote if it was really based on the will of the people.
Right.
Right. I
Go ahead,
mean,
Raz. Sorry. Razo had his hand up.
Yeah, if every vote counted, like every single vote, instead of these electoral college people, and they can vote whatever they want
Mm-hmm.
if they feel like it, which some of them seem to have done. What was I gonna say? The I lost it. ADHD. I'll come back to it. I don't remember what I was gonna say.
Okay, go ahead, Grace, because I know you were talking.
I forgot what I was going to say too, but to Razo's point, which I also now just forgot because I'm writing up. I'm actually finishing my work for the night, but you know, as someone who is in a supermajority red state, I knew that my vote, even within my county, wasn't going to go anywhere. The only thing I have is a Democratic mayor, and people hate her because she's a woman. Um, but I knew that my vote is was an act of resistance.
Mm-hmm.
I could have sat it out knowing that in the bigger picture it didn't count. But this time it was an act of resistance. It was, my silent saying, I do not stand for this. Whether that ballot got seen, shredded, or whatever, um, even small acts of resistance are resistance.
Right.
And that's what we have to focus on.
Patriot, did you want to say something?
No, I
Oh,
just brought up the Electoral College on my computer screen to make sure I understand it. So I'm good for now.
go
Did
ahead,
everybody
Rachel.
did everybody see? I think I sent it out, but it might have been the ones I skipped because I was sending out a lot.
Mhm.
And let me know if that gets a little too much. I sometimes spend all day on the thing, but there's a video out and it looks legit.
Thanks,
I
Sam.
watched it several times of when the supposed pew of the ear happened
Mm-hmm.
on stage. It shows a service member of his, the designated service member underneath the podium, going around the podium one way,
Mm-hmm.
and then bringing back with him as he came back the other way, photographers to get that
Oh, yes.
special shot. Yeah.
Correct. Mm-hmm.
And then if you keep watching it all the way to the end of the video, he has his hands on them and like positioning them and putting them and worrying about where they are and what
Mm-hmm.
they're doing. If
Mm-hmm.
that had really happened, they they wouldn't be worried about photographers doing anything. They would everybody be on the ground,
Right.
um, and they wouldn't have let him back up. They would have tackled him, and he would not have gotten back up until everything was, you know, they would have body covered him like they did, but then they would have rushed him into a vehicle.
Right.
There
Like
would
the
have been
way
a
they
few.
did with Reagan. That was
Yeah,
very
exactly like
real.
that.
They threw that man right on the ground, and you didn't see him after that.
Yeah, there was actually an ER doctor that did like an analysis of the tape and said, here's the thing. Even if you were to have gotten grazed by that particular um, kind of shrapnel,
Mm-hmm.
caliber, thank you, you would have had swelling. You would have had major tissue damage.
Mm-hmm.
The I don't want to use the word. You know what I'm talking about.
But you know that part, right? The cartilage part would have been destroyed. Exactly. I mean,
Even with just a little grace, they said that there would at least have been swelling. The blood, or that was the word I was trying to avoid. That the his shirt would have just been red
mm-hmm.
because of all of the veins in the ear,
Mm-hmm.
and
Right.
I
There would
mean,
have been like some kind of a
It's
splatter.
gushing.
If
right.
anybody watches Forensic Files, right? If somebody was unalived with a hammer, let's just say, I'm using that as an example because that's very
Dark Mirabelle.
graphic, right? So if you're using a hammer, guess what happens? There's splatter all over the place, all over the face, the wall, whatever. I've watched enough Forensic
Service
Files.
detail. Service detail would have been covered, right? Because they're right there. Nothing
My
on this.
husband's.
You got
And
to
it
Sorry,
was
Grace.
picture
wild
clouds
that
somewhere.
everybody in the audience, like nobody ever ducked down. Hey, Chris, it was when I saw that, I was like, my mind went to this guy just bought a sympathy pill from these people.
So
And
did
then
But the
somebody
sent a
question I
text
have,
message.
the question
Wait,
I
hold
have,
on, one at a time. Hold on, hold
go
on.
ahead?
Go ahead, Mel.
I was just gonna say that my husband's a forensic science major, and he talks all the time about just the blood, the splatter pattern, and things like that, and just, and that was something that he talked about right away. Is he said that wouldn't have lined up for how things went. So
Right. Go ahead, Razzo.
Not
Oh,
me. Go
okay.
it was me.
Oh, sorry, Patriot. Go ahead.
But here's my question, because I agree with everything that's been stated in terms of the aftermath and the visible, the lack of results in terms of his. Here's my question. Here's my thought. How do you get how do you get all those folks to participate in a act in a staged pew pew? How do you get people to do that?
Out of hand.
Somebody explain that to me.
Did
How
they
do you
get
get?
everybody to vote for him?
Strategic
No,
planning.
well, yeah. But how do you get Secret Service SS?
Strategic planning.
Oh, God. Okay, I'll stop.
Strategic planning.
I think
When you watch
Patsies.
Scandal,
I think
Hold
what
on.
people are trying to
Wait,
say is
wait. Three
Secret
people are
Service.
now talking at the same time. Go ahead, Grace.
I think what people are trying to insinuate without saying it is that Secret Service, which should be there to protect,
Mm-hmm.
were in on it. And that raised a very red flag because then within a couple of days, they had fired the head of the Secret Service. And I don't think she knew anything about it,
Mm-hmm.
but those assigned to his detail clearly did. But also, somebody really did get unalived, and he was
Yes.
a dad and a husband and a doctor
Mm-hmm.
in a field where there are not enough in his field in
Mm-hmm.
a very small community. And so I think that, even he was in the rally, that is who we should be focusing on. That Donald Trump does not care about the collateral damage.
Right. You're absolutely right. Go ahead, Founder. I know you unmuted at some point.
no, I was just gonna say that. Has anyone watched Scandal?
Is that a TV show?
Yes, with Olivia Pope.
Oh no, I didn't see that show. I know what you're talking about, but I never watched it.
It's
Well, the
6
reason
seasons from 2014, and my wife and I just finished it.
it's
Amazing
so good,
parallels.
right, Patriot? But
Amazing parallels.
yes, there's a lot of parallels in it to the things you're discussing right now, the things we've discussed every day. Like, you have to watch it. It's on Netflix. Check it out. I won't go too much into detail, but there's, like Patriot said, there's a ton of parallels.
Interesting. Okay. Okay, Raf, no worries.
Which little guy? His
He's babysitting a puppy.
I didn't know if he was talking code or something.
No, no, no. It's a dog.
I'm joking. I'm joking. I'm joking. I still don't know. Never mind.
So there was another topic that Patriot had brought up after the electoral college.
I would love to hear you guys' thoughts on leadership, as we would all define true leadership, versus political leadership.
Yeah, that
Man,
That's easy for me. Just get the money out of it. That's 100% money and influence, which you can't get rid of influence because power is influence. But the money definitely would end a lot, and taking out the people that are there specifically to push certain agendas. I forget what they're called. Uh, the
Obvious.
lobbyists. Make
mhm,
that illegal. Nobody sees, if it's a grassroots, like somebody's mom or something like that.
mhm.
Yeah. But, not a organized political agenda based,
See,
whatever.
that's funny because I want to go to school to become a lobbyist.
It's
But
good
what
money.
I don't want to do it for the money. So I'm in special education with a background in social work. So I want to lobby for the families, the teachers, the paraprofessionals, the therapists, the kids. All of the people don't realize that for one student, their team includes up to 15 people just for one student. And we don't have enough funding for it.
Mhm.
We don't have the resources. We need not just more money, but we need people who are servant leaders. And so when I look at who should be serving our country, I want someone who is doing it as a servant leader, who is doing it because it's for the good of not a few, but for the many. That's where I do my job, and I try to be a servant leader. I serve those who I service.
Right.
You know?
Treat everyone like a customer is my motto with my team. Like, no matter who we're talking to, if it's someone above us, obviously we're going to treat them with respect, but we're going to treat this person below us with the same level of respect, just because that's how we treat people. And
Darling machine.
that's where that servant driven heart and attitude comes from, really.
Right.
All right, back to the
I'm very confused. Trump is not taking his leadership role for money. He doesn't even take a salary. What are you talking about?
Trump saying that
talking
nowadays that he doesn't take his
You
presidential
think he's
salary.
doing us a favor? Is that what you think?
$450,000 a year. Psh, get out of here with that
He's not
bullshit.
doing. You know what
He's already
favor
made
he can do? He
billions.
can abandon ship and leave the White House. Are you a Trump supporter?
Oh, you know he is.
A dumb supporter.
Can we try to ignore that person for a second? But here's the point, and I totally believe in service-driven leadership. But how
Okay,
do you
wait, hold
elect?
on, Patriot. Okay, founder, I'm gonna go ahead and drop you down. Have a good night. Feel better.
Thank you. Bye, guys.
I was gonna say it is past my bedtime, so I'm gonna drop too. I'll, I'll see you guys
All right. Good night, Athena's
tomorrow. Good
mom. I'll go
night.
ahead
Good
and
night,
drop you down.
everyone.
Bye.
Listen,
Go ahead, well endowed. I know you had your hand up.
So, on the topic of leadership, I actually took um a leadership class back in high school, and since it was so recent, it's still kind of fresh in my brain. Um so a true leader isn't going to be all about themselves, like our current commander in chief. Um, they're gonna try to inspire others. They're gonna try to influence others and encourage others as well. It's not just it's not just money, that can come into play, especially in politics. But for everyday leadership, it's managers, it's teachers, it's police officers, uh, fire firemen, those types of people. And beyond that, there are so many everyday examples of leaders that not only encourage people and have influence on people and inspire others. So in politics, it's so much different because there's a lot of money at play there, and that's the root source of it. It's never encouraging others. It can inspire each others positively or negatively, but I would say it's only one-sided in politics. So,
Hey, Danny, what's up? It's been a while. I missed your live this morning. I had to
Hey,
work.
Danny.
What's up, y'all? How you doing? Yeah, I have not been
hey
up
Danny.
at nighttime, and I apologize. I missed the last couple last I heard y'all were
I was
having
like,
some.
where you been at? You hate us now?
No, we've been so
I was
we.
so broken and devastated.
Oh no, you guys. I hear you guys been having some good conversation. I've been popping in with the
Oh
end
my
and everything.
God.
So
We'll catch you up. You
yeah,
have to join the
so
Discord. That's the only way you're going to understand.
no, yeah. Let me in the what is it, the after party? Is that what we would
We
call
have a
it?
Yes.
Discord.
We
I
dropped
didn't
out
know we
here
had a
so
Discord.
fast the other night. We're like, we're going to the Discord. Bye, everybody.
Yeah, TikTok is old news now. This club is old.
Now I know I'm the stepchild. I didn't know we had a Discord. Golly, I see how y'all are. But
Yeah, but I'm good. I'm listening to y'all because I don't want to hop in the middle and disrupt the
Well,
conversation
no,
that
I
we're
mean,
having. So,
we were talking about Patriot posed a good question. So basically, the question is, what does leadership look like? Patriot, I don't know if you want to pose the question again, because he has a series of questions that everybody is answering. So go ahead, Patriot. You can repeat the question.
It was I guess what are the differences between what we would all refer to as servant leadership versus what we have today, which is political, for lack of a better term, leadership, which we know is broken. And to me, there's two distinct elements that differ the two: congressional norms and how it is people behave once they're there, and then the system that creates these, one-time candidates to eventually being elected that go through this system and don't come out as servant leaders. They come out as politicians wanting to make money. So I wanted to promote the conversation around how do we get to the point where we start electing true servant leaders inside of, to me, the voting process that doesn't select those kinds of folks, I guess.
sure. Well, I mean, I heard a little bit about you guys talking about obviously the money that's involved, right? This big money in corporations that throw their weight behind candidates who they know are going to do service their needs over the needs of most of the people. I also think there's this element of, and I'm curious how everybody else feels, that there's this element of when it comes to Congress, when it comes to legislation in general, um, this idea that you have to, like, it's hard for regular people to feel like they're even capable of doing a job like that. It's hard for regular people to feel like they have a voice that really matters. So it ends up becoming a game where a lot of elitism takes place. People feel like they need to have a certain level of what is it, cachet, a certain level of status in order to hold these leadership positions. I wish that wasn't so prevalent of a thought process among the American people, because your congressional leaders are supposed to represent everyday people, right? And that's clearly not what's happening right now.
Oh,
And I can only think of two presidents I would give the title of servant leader to, one of which was Obama, and the second would be Carter. The rest were politicians. We
I
need more
agree.
servant leaders.
So
I was gonna say forever ago, but sorry, I'm sorry, I just interrupted
no,
somebody.
I was gonna say, I wanted to get Danny's thoughts. I don't know if you got to see Gavin Newsom talk today. If you got to see, I mean, they were all talking. If you had like feedback on what he said.
He is. I think he's finally raising the alarm that people should have had raised for them. I mean, I'd say even to go back as far as November, right? He's,
Mm-hmm.
you know,
Mm-hmm.
this stuff needs to happen. They're not playing by the normal rules of democracy, and most of the American people are sitting here going, "Well, no big deal." But he's like, "Look, if we don't do this, this is what the result will be," and they're not fooling around. I think that's. I mean, it's a healthy conversation. It's obvious somebody needs to be saying it. You know what I mean? Because They're moving forward with everything, right? Isn't Texas about to finish their votes because those people came back?
Oh, I don't know what's going on in Texas. Does
Yeah,
anybody know what's going
They
on in
agreed to come
Texas?
back. Yeah.
the Democrats are coming back, so they're
Okay.
about to move forward with that map. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So yeah, Gavin. I mean, Gavin is saying exactly what needs to be said. Like y'all. I mean, it's there's no way around this at this point.
Go ahead, William.
Okay.
So, if the Democrats are coming back to Texas, my question is, were they bluffing when Republicans said that they were going to try and arrest them?
No, they weren't bluffing. I don't think they're coming back because of like potentially being arrested. My guess is it's the fines, right? They get fined every single day for not being there.
Yep. But they had a fix for that also, which was why they tried to make it illegal, which it was not. There was no teeth behind that, making it illegal.
Yeah, a judge threw it out, wouldn't sign the warrants. It's not criminal liability. You guys get out of my courtroom. That's what
Yeah,
I
I
Right.
think
heard.
they had a meeting with all the blue state governors, and everyone's come to the conclusion that the blue states can gerrymander just as much as the red states can to try to counteract what they're doing in Texas and Florida and Indiana and Missouri.
Yeah, that was it. Oh, sorry.
No, it's okay.
Um, that was the decision. They said, okay, well, you want your 5 seats. We don't want to. They didn't want to lose the seats that they already had, which could happen. So if you like abandon your post, your seat could potentially go up. So they looked to California, and California said, okay, you want to do this? We're going to do this. And New York came in and said, bet, let's go. And those have huge electoral counts. So, I mean, that's at least in our favor there.
Mm-hmm.
But there's a reason that we're a democratic republic. The founders never wanted the citizens to vote directly for things. And this goes all the way back to what Razo was saying like 20 minutes ago. I
No.
know, right?
It came back to you, you see?
It did. I know. So we're a republic because we vote for our senators and our representatives, and then they're supposed to look at their electorate and see what they want and then push that through the halls of Congress.
Mm-hmm.
In a true democracy, the electorate votes for everything. They vote on every bill, they vote on every issue. The founders thought that that would be pure chaos. And so they said, okay, we'll slap Republic on it, and that's what it'll be. Honestly, I may not know. I will do the research if I have to, if it means getting my voice heard at this point. So let's throw out the Republic part of it and just make it a true democracy.
Mm-hmm.
I want to go back to the point of Gavin Newsom's speech today or comments. I think for the first time, and I'll use the example where Chuck Schumer said, I just wrote a very stern letter to President Trump, and everybody just laughed. I don't want to hear any more about stern letters from Chuck Schumer to the president. What I
Mm-hmm.
think happened today was we had a Democratic governor in a very large, influential, tax base and otherwise state say, okay, we're done playing by the general rules, and we're going to play with you in the mud. And I think it's the first time a governor has done that, and I think it's going to create a series of events and actions that are going to help define exactly how we're going to pull this thing out relative to the midterms. So I was excited about today's um, events relative to that.
Yeah, it was ballsy. We needed ballsy.
Right on.
Sorry if I'm not allowed to say balls.
All
Say
the
balls.
time.
I think we
Balls.
could. I think we could.
Hey,
But I mean,
Scarecrow, wanna play ball?
But
somebody
to me,
had
it's
to do
also
it.
it's almost it's like we're watching politics with all the filters off. I mean,
Mhm.
he's trolling him on social media. He's articulating things in a way where people understand what a criminal Trump is, and he's
Yep.
doing it in a way where he's trying to stay within the framework of the Constitution. I
Hmm.
think
And
we're seeing
he's
stuff that is historical.
signing off his posts like he does. Like there, thank you for your attention to this matter. Gets me every single damn time. Cause I'm like, oh Gavin.
The words of the president, you're not allowed to say them, Mr. D.
Well, you know what it is? It's like two can play the same game, right? That's what he's doing. Two
It's
can
very
play the
smart,
same game, but
actually.
he's doing it strategically. He's not doing it dumb
Hmm.
like
Like the
DJT is.
Dems were doing.
Exactly.
That photo of him meeting Donald on the tarmac and he's got his hand in a vice grip. I
Grip.
don't know why. It's so sexy.
He doesn't let him go either.
You mean
No.
this picture here? That's that day.
Queen got it.
Tarman.
He's like, here, let me see your hand, sir.
I'm sure that this leaves the MAGAs in an uproar because they probably see the writing on the wall, so they're crying like babies. Because they know that what they what they are trying to I don't know what they're aspiring for. I don't even think that they know is never going to happen. Whatever it is they think in their mind is going to happen, it's not going to happen. Because you hear a lot of them say, oh, well, he just started. It's only been 6 months. Just give it some time. That's
Don't
what
put that
you
much
do
leeway in
when
my
you're in
job.
a relationship that's not working out and you sit there and you give it time. It's
Like,
the
I didn't even
same
get that
way.
much leeway in my job. So why should the president of the quote unquote free world get a pass for 6 months because he just started?
Exactly.
Not just start. This is 4 years and
No,
6 months.
he already did it once.
Yeah, really.
You already had the practice round, bro. You should be a pro at this.
Wait, what do you mean by that,
Probation.
Bruce? If it's Vance, he could totally win. Totally win what?
He's saying that if Newsom runs in 28, he won't win. And I said my response is depends on who's running. If it's Vance, yeah, he could definitely win.
Oh, you're talking about Newsom winning against Vance.
They're
Nobody likes JD Vance. JD Vance has the fucking personality of a turnip. He's boring. He's obnoxious. He's a nerd. Like he's one of those dudes that he's a guy that these MAGA chuds pick on in high school. So
His wife
there's
doesn't
no
even
way.
like him.
No, nobody likes him. He's a dork, dude. He's a freaking dork.
His
Like
wife.
like yeah, I'm sitting here listening like this guy's he's nothing, dude.
also
That might be the one chance we could get a woman to win if we were asking.
He's like the well, actually guy. And it's just like, shut up.
Well, actually, guys, if you talk about the Constitution and then shut up, nerd, slap the crap out of him.
but it's like
Did you hear Vance? Did you guys hear Vance say that an American with 7 generations of history, has more to say or to do with this country than somebody with less? Did you hear that? I was floored.
Who said that?
Vance, he said it. Yeah, you've been here since well, he didn't say Confederacy, but somebody with 7 generations of history in this country has more to say and influence over the direction of this country than somebody with less. I was floored.
Tell that to Shmilan.
The only people with that kind of range is indigenous, and he doesn't get it.
Hey, no kidding.
Talk about
Jump
The
in.
only thing that JD Vance is gonna do that is gonna help this country is invoke the 25th, and I'm waiting for it because I know that's why he met with whatchamacallit from Faux News.
just have to shake his hand because didn't they do that to the Pope and the other guy?
Roland Dowd has a question, I guess.
Go
So it's
ahead.
not really a question, but since we're talking about JD Vance, Ohio doesn't claim him, so somebody else could take him because we don't want him.
I heard West
Back
Virginia
now.
doesn't claim him either. Not even his
I
own
don't think
mom claimed
anybody
him.
should.
Maybe he can go to Idaho with Fernando. Fernando's not here yet.
Hot potato with the Veep. Hot potato with the Veep.
Where's
So my
Fernando?
other
Let me send him.
thing,
Let me send him a.
my other thing is, a few weeks ago, JD Vance visited my city, and I think I've said this multiple times already. But my city now has a citywide beef with JD Vance because he visited the downtown area of our city, and he said that there was lawlessness, which is the same thing that Cheeto said about DC.
Oh, so he saw too many black people. That's what happened. That's what happened. He
Yeah,
saw.
but the thing is, he's not. I mean, partially he's not wrong because there's a lot of um, I don't know what the word is for it, but there's a lot of drug trafficking in that area of town. So he's not wrong when he says it's lawlessness, but not in the sense that he was referring to. So
JD Vance is like the walking version of herpes, so I'm surprised that not everybody has a cold sore.
Herpes with legs.
Now, don't diss herpes like that, okay?
Rash,
Is
you
that
have
why they
something to
got him
tell the
walking
crew?
around bald?
No, we're not talking about ingrown. What the fuck is that?
What is that noise? Yeah, that was
Excuse my
wild.
French. That really that
What
just
was that?
that made my
Whoever did that, don't ever do that
stomach
again.
sour.
It's about to crawl through the phone. That's what happened.
That was like nails on a chalkboard, please.
I will mute the fuck out of this fucking room. Excuse my language.
Sam said, "Was that a torch?"
No, like
Somebody's
it
going
wasn't
to hell.
For that
No,
area.
Mel, it wasn't you this time. This time.
Oh my goodness. Somebody wants to join in. Crate Timber said, "Can I join? Can I make a couple of comments about gerrymandering?"
I'll go down.
Okay.
All right, kick me.
What side is he on?
I'll be around.
Is he a chud or is he a friendly?
I think he's a friendly.
Oh man, I found that. Have you guys seen this sketch of these the roommates gerrymandering their apartment? I gotta find this video. it's funny. I'm gonna pull it up. Hold on a second.
You have to pull that shit up. Hi, Crate. For TikTok
thanks for bringing me
purposes, age, state, and who you voted for.
Yeah, I'm in my 30s. I'm in the Carolinas. I voted for Kamala Harris.
Thank you.
Yeah, no worries. I heard somebody make a comment earlier that was, hey, Republicans do it, we should do it too. And that's true. But I do just want to give a little more context about how much of a both sides issue this is not. Right now, Republicans hold about 191 seats that they have gerrymandered. Democrats hold about 71. That means that Republicans are gerrymandering at about a 3x clip comparative to Democrats. And it's also true that the Republican gerrymanders that we have are much, much more aggressive. You have North Carolina, where Democrats represent about 43% of the vote, and yet they only have about 30% of the representation. You have Tennessee, where they represent 35% of the vote, and they only have about 11% representation. That's a delta of almost a quarter. So the Republican gerrymanders are not only 3 times more frequent, they're far more aggressive than states like California that have independent redistricting committees. So it's absolutely true that we should fight fire with fire, but I think we should be careful not to let them pitch this narrative that it's a both sides issue and both teams are throwing mud. No, 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 no. You have one team throwing mud because the other is trying to burn that person's house down.
Sir,
Hey,
what do you
Craig,
do
Craig,
for a
Craig,
living?
Well
Great.
said.
Craig, Craig.
Wait. Me first.
Oh, sorry.
Everybody's asking in the chat if you are Gavin Newsom and are you cute?
No and yes. Gavin Newsom is awesome. His tweets are awesome. I absolutely love that he's mocking Trump right now. I know that a lot of people have problems with Gavin Newsom being a corporate Democrat, but I think if voters really gave a damn about policy, Donald Trump wouldn't be president right now. He didn't run on any real policy, right? He had concepts of a healthcare plan, if everybody remembers. He didn't run on policy. This was the vibes election. People voted for him because he was funny. They thought he was charismatic for whatever reason. And that resonated, unfortunately, with an uneducated voter base. And now Trump is in. So, yeah, sure, Gavin Newsom might be a corporate Democrat. But right now, I think what Democrats want to see and what many independents want to see is somebody who will actually fight back and quit bringing a rule book to a knife fight, as he said. I think that's a wonderful analogy. I think we're sick of it. And I think we need to start using every single measure that we have within our power to preserve our democracy. Because what we have to show for Republican legislation is U.S. aid cuts that in 3 months have unalived, 3 months, 350,000 people worldwide, 75% of which are children. So this cannot continue. This administration is absolutely abhorrent. People are quite literally being unalived, and that's without getting into the core issues, of which there are many in our own country.
Crate
Correct.
28.
Hey, Craig.
And
Hey,
we
I have a
man,
question
also
for
need
you.
to
I have
know
a question for
if
Craig.
you are single. No, I'm only kidding.
Oh, God. Could you guys stop? Craig,
I'm very married.
Wait.
Craig,
You're not
Trying to
gonna
do my walk
I
on
wait,
saw it
mute.
in the
no. I
chat.
don't
I
care
was
how
just
old you
asking for
are.
somebody in the chat.
I don't
Go
care.
ahead,
I don't
Patriot.
care
Go ahead.
how old you are. You're not going to tell the host of the room to stop. That's uncalled for, and I will mute the fuck out of you. Thank you.
Raph, it's okay. Go ahead, Patriot. You were going to ask a question. Go ahead.
did I say that? I apologize if I said stop. Was that me?
It's fine. It's
Okay.
fine. We
No,
all laugh here. It's fine. It's fine.
I'm good with
Go
feedback.
ahead.
I'm
Ask
good
your
with
question.
feedback. But Craig, thank you for joining,
I
Craig.
wasn't serious, by the way.
Okay. But Craig, how do you because we all like to learn on these calls. We like to learn.
Mhm.
So explain to us how you differentiate between a gerrymandered seat in Congress versus one that was not gerrymandered. Could you explain that, please? Because you made that. I thought I heard you say that.
It's not my distinction. This is the distinction of the Brennan Center, right? They did a big analysis of what it looks like to gerrymander in America. They defined it. I can't cite their methodology offhand. I'm not going to be disingenuous about it, but I can tell you it's the Brennan Center. They are very reputable, and they operate with the scientific method. Their statisticians are world renowned. So I'm sure that they have that defined very clearly in their study. And we all know, I think we're all intelligent adults from what I can tell on this panel. We know what a gerrymander looks like. When you look at a map and you see that thing winding and grinding through the districts that are otherwise nice and blocky and pretty beside it to carve out those Democrat voters and lump them all in together so Republicans have an advantage. We know what that looks like, just as we know what it looks like when Democrats do it. So that is not my opinion on like those numbers. I'm not saying you were implying it was, but that's the analysis of the Brennan Center.
Understood. Thank you. Put that spelling of that organization in the chat, please. I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Great. I have a question. You sound so familiar. And it makes me wonder if you are A, in politics, and B, if you are a preacher of some sort.
I am not, and I am not.
Okay.
Because
So you're
Man,
just
you have
somebody who's like well versed in politics, like we all should be. In
You
other
do
words.
sound corn fed. Like
I'm corn fed. I grew up. That's true. I grew up super, super, super poor, and I am very blessed to have a very good life right now. I'm very Trump's tax plan economically benefits me. So take from that what you will. But I would not be here were it not from social programs that gave my family opportunities to pass on to me. And I know that. And I'm very fortunate in my professional line of work. I do a ton of market analysis. And I spent about a decade working in real estate. So I'm pretty well versed in the housing crisis. So a lot of these marketing analyses that I put together for big companies like Coca-Cola, companies like Deloitte, it allows me to look a lot at specific issues because you can believe that companies care about the impact of the tariffs, right? So like these analyses that we put together, they're inherently political. So it is a luxury that I get to spend hours of my time during the day looking into these things. And when you look into them enough, you start to feel pretty strongly about a lot of them. So I think it just comes from that.
Great. I definitely want to have you back because I feel like it will be more educational than anything else. I think we all need to have an opportunity for somebody like me. I mean, I'm not putting myself down, but I'm not well versed in this whole political spectrum. I'm really learning a lot, believe it or not, through a lot of people on this app. So I would just love to have you, come back when you can and keep educating us, educating me.
Out to Crate for using the word Delta. I'm all on board with that. Way to go.
I'm
it's
very impressed.
you have me cracking the fuck up right
I
now.
will vote for you. Please run for president.
Crate 28, everyone. Let's go.
Yes, please.
It is such a pleasure to hear someone speak in logical terms.
And so eloquently. Woo.
Yep. I'm writing it down. It's called Brennan Center.
And center. Yep.
Have you guys seen that the TikTok? Ladies, I'm trying to do my work. What? Come on.
I didn't see that one. You gotta. I know Danny wanted to share
Okay.
something. Danny, you have that thing that you wanted to share.
I'm still trying to pull it up. My computer just died, so I'm waiting on that to load up.
Oh,
So
okay.
we'll get to the fun stuff later.
Let me ask you a question. Do you feel like 5 seats in California is going to be sufficient, or do you believe that they should do more?
I believe that Democrats should start at every single place that they can because Republicans have shown us that they don't give a damn about the rules. They don't care about voters having representation. And they've also shown us that they don't care about things like constitutional law, political norms, any of that. Everything is off the table when you have masked men sweeping people off the streets or detaining 12-year-old children away from their families or sending
That part.
people to countries that they've never been from. And so, I mean, to ask, should we do every single thing within our toolkit to take as much power as we can so we can preserve our democracy? My answer is hell yes, we should.
You're in agreement. Everyone should call a representative in California and tell them 5 seats is not enough. Tell them to get rid of all of them.
No.
The more Democrats have, the more legislative power they have. Like it's not just about taking a small majority, right? Those super majorities we can do more with. We own more committees. We have more pull. We have to negotiate less within ourselves to get shit done. It's a big deal. We should take every single seat we can.
Now, Crate, I have another question for you. Do you think that we have the opportunity, like, because people, I have this thing. I have a pet peeve with the whole fear mongering. A lot of things that people do on this app, like making predictions that may not happen. Hey, Matrix, welcome in. Do you think that we have the opportunity to change? Like, can things turn around for the positive if we're going down a certain path where we're being much more assertive?
Um, I don't know, right? Like I don't have a crystal ball. I don't know the lengths at which the Trump administration either will go or can go in order to preserve power. Yeah, I genuinely don't know the answer. Like, and so like, there's an implication there that are we past the point of no return? I don't know. I don't.
Hmm.
I hope. Like, I don't know how I sleep at night if I don't think we are. But we listed out some of the things that are happening, and I think the panel here agrees that those things are unacceptable. So, regardless of that, I don't know how we don't wake up every day and, at the very least, like speak truth about these things that are happening to try to move the needle a little bit.
Great.
And
I have a question for Crate too. Is that okay?
Yes.
Crate, we've kind of in our conversations have gotten to the four, I'll call them four buckets that we think the orange man's demise could manifest. And the four buckets are inside somehow the framework of the Constitution is bucket one, i.e., 25th Amendment. Bucket two is criminal liability, U.S. law. Bucket three is international similar law, criminal violations. And the fourth bucket we kind of talked about earlier tonight, which is as a clear and present danger to the Constitution, some sort of military intervention. Would you agree with those elements of what we refer to as a manifestation of his demise?
I would agree with them insofar as like their possibilities. The one thing that gives me hope is that you see things like Republicans trying to gerrymander Texas, right? Like Donald Trump would not need to call Greg Abbott and tell him to go find 5 seats if he wasn't afraid of getting his ass kicked in the midterms. That's just the truth of the matter, right? He wants those 5 seats because he understands that he is going to get absolutely demolished in these midterms. And like, to all the MAGA people that we see on TikTok everywhere that say, oh, leftists are done, Donald Trump has a mandate. First off, Donald Trump won by about 1.5%. He won by about the same margin as Joe Biden did when Joe Biden beat him. So that's not true. But the other thing is, like, if the left is done, if Democrats are done, why do Republicans need this gerrymander in Texas in the first place? Why do they need to pass legislation to restrict voters from drinking water in voting lines while they close those blue district polling places to make those lines 8, 9, 10 hours long, right? So, no, Democrats aren't done. Republicans still fear them, or they wouldn't be trying to steal elections. And that gives me hope, because if Republicans fear them, that lets us know that we can still do something that matters.
Hmm. Hey, Matrix, how are you? How's DC?
I didn't go in today, so I stayed my happy tail home in Northern Virginia. I stayed my happy tail home. I was not going to go
Hello.
through the stupid lines of getting a checkpoint. And
Hmm.
now they're going after the food trucks that are near the what do you call it? Near the monuments and everything.
hell no, not the.
Oh hell yes, they went after the food trucks today. Yes,
Oh
they
my
did.
god! Oh my god! Do you know like how much those food trucks like contribute to the
Yep.
community?
Yeah, I do.
Like in every major city in the United States, food trucks are an essential part of our economy.
The food trucks literally line up at like 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah.
And they were there, they were out there today, actually basically around the food trucks and everything. It's like, okay, really? Come on. Really?
Probably like, I don't need it anyway.
But
Mm-hmm.
here, I mean, here's my question, and I guess this goes to Crate or anybody who would know and be familiar, because Matrix is living in the heart of what's going on now. Like, can can Trump do this in other states? Like, claim, I don't know what's the population in Phoenix, homeless, houseless population. Can he do it in Phoenix? I wonder. Like, that's very concerning.
He can do it everywhere. I mean, he has to stop
Trying
in
to
New
set
York.
this
He's already
precedent.
been to L.A. He's been to D.C. What's to stop him from going to Oakland and Baltimore
Supreme Court.
next?
Hey, go ahead, do it. Try it out.
But
See what
he
happens.
didn't.
Yeah.
He didn't accomplish what he wanted to in LA, but in DC, since it's federal, was it federal land? I guess
Hmm.
you can get more done. But I can't see him doing that in Oakland. I definitely cannot see him doing that in the boroughs of DC. And I damn sure can't see him doing that in Connecticut, especially Southern Connecticut. Okay, so yeah.
We'll get a little hyper local here. We have
Hey,
to remember.
So, there's two underlying questions here about the first is what Trump is doing in DC, and so it's how he does it and
mhm.
where he can do it. Specific to DC, there's a provision that allows the president to federalize and take control of that of the District of Columbia, right? But it's specific to that. That's different than how he sent in the National Guard to LA, which pretty clearly violated the Posse Comitatus Act in Article 10, I think it is. And the courts probably are going to agree with that. That trial is still pending. The media headlines love clicks, and they pitched it as Trump having a victory. But what actually happened in that case was the district court ruled in favor of California, and so the National Guard couldn't be there. And then the appeals court, they didn't rule in favor of Trump. What they did was they stayed the district court's decision. And that is standard legal practice to say, hey, we are not going to make a change from the state of things before this case was brought until the appeal is heard. That is almost always what an appeals court does. And the state of things before the case was filed is that the guard was already there. And so they upheld that the guard would stay there until a decision was made. And that trial has not happened yet. So I suspect that the appeals court will rule the same way that the district court does, but who knows? I'm not an attorney. But I think if Trump wanted to do this elsewhere, he's going to need to find a way to weasel that in separate from the mechanism in DC. But we'll see. We also have a stacked conservative Supreme Court. So if he does and it goes to them and they rule in his favor, then, it might be game over.
Well, I can see. Well, there's going to be, as far as New York is concerned, I can see him trying to do it with Adams still being there, but the governor, surely she's not going to allow that. So that's going to be an interesting tug of war.
I'm concerned if he comes to Oakland because this is
Hmm.
the far left as you can get here in the Bay Area, and
Oakland, I'm
they have
thinking about
they have
the court.
actual and they have actual real life Antifa here. Like these people are for real, for real.
Yep.
And that's I personally doubt he'll try to go to somewhere like Oakland. You know what I mean? I think the mentioning the other cities is posturing because of how much power and he can wield in DC. You know what I mean? To say I can go to all these other cities, you're right. He did try that in California. You saw how much legal issues that got tangled up in. They got embarrassed out here. They're getting embarrassed out here right now. You know what I'm saying? That's the same thing would happen in all these other cities. DC, he can keep his hands around DC because it's so small.
Grace said that she had a question. Go ahead, Grace.
So I guess for my concern is in an interview that not an interview, well, I guess it was a press conference that he did. He said that if Congress was not willing to extend his 30 days, that he would do whatever he wanted because he's been able to do it so far. And for me, when he says, I don't want to declare a national emergency, but if I have to, I can. Not I will, but I can. And that gives me more than a pause for concern, because at this point, he has already said, Congress can't stop me. The Supreme Court's not going to stop me. The lower courts aren't going to stop me. And so I'm just going to do whatever the hell I want.
But see, that's why I say that is very much posturing, right? Because he says that all the time. They can't stop me. We find out weeks and months later, they did stop him, right? The victories are always so loud, but then when he takes losses, nobody ever talks about it. The Ninth District Court here in Los Angeles, right, said ICE can't be running around, walking up on people, you know what I mean, doing what they're doing. You know what I'm saying? Like that really does happen, dude. He's not gonna true social that. You know what I'm saying? Like he's not gonna thank you for your time. I can't have my masked goons walk up to Hispanic people whenever they want anymore. You know what I'm saying? So like there are parts of our system that are still kind of functioning. We're just not really essentially being like told it's happening, basically, you know? Because we're all paying attention to him going, I can do what I want.
But Danny, here's the problem. One of the things I've noticed is a lot of these ICE agents, they're on board with this shit. These guys are just as fascist as he is.
Right.
So unfortunately, like they're going to keep doing it until somebody stops them.
Right.
Like, I've been stopped twice at the Home Depot already here in San Jose, and I'm like, this is, they're not going to stop doing what they're going to do because these dudes are they're all completely on board with this shit.
Wait, you got stopped?
The Home Depot, and I'm black.
I think a lot of the reason they're continuing to do it is because we don't have court orders against it yet. I think Danny's right. Trump he said the same thing with tariffs, right? He's like, I'm going to do them because I can. And then what happened? Well, a federal court came out and said, you actually can't. And by the way, he tried to invoke an act that said we were under an invasion. And because it's wartime, I have unilateral economic control over this particular mechanism. And the courts disagreed with that, right? Mm-hmm. That order, by the way, has also been stayed. So we'll see what happens with that. But it seems pretty clear cut that he's not going to be able to do that within our current legal system. So yes, ICE is running rampant, doing what they do. A lot of states aren't fighting against it. If you're in a red state, I think a lot of blue states are. But a lot of this is eventually going to get resolved in courts. And by the way, the conservative Supreme Court knows that the law is not on their side, which is exactly why they ruled to strip federal courts of their ability to put injunctions on these orders in the meantime, because they're trying to create as much runway for Trump before he hits the dead-end wall of the legality of these issues as they can. So, we'll see how far he gets before that wall hits.
But Crate, do you think that Trump is smart enough to know all of this? He has to be getting some kind of guidance from people who know what we know as the rule of law, and just trying to find these loopholes. Because to me, this man is full-fledged dementia. He could be talking about something and then he'll just veer off in somewhere in La La Land that I'm sitting there like, what? Like, how did we get here? What is he talking about?
Do you mean Donald Trump, who said that we should nuke the hurricane? Donald Trump, who told people to inject bleach? Donald Trump, who said that windmills are causing hurricanes? Like, yeah, the guys.
Weren't the windmills affecting the whales as well?
Yeah, right. Exactly. No, I completely agree with the host. Like, he's got a team around him that's doing, I think, 99% of this, right? He's got Project 2025 behind him. He's got the Heritage Foundation. He's got billionaire donors and Peter Thiel and Elon Musk. This man has plenty of resources. That's why he's got Stephen Miller, right? Stephen Miller in his cabinet. All these Fox News people. He's got teams doing this stuff for him. If he were competent, if he were intelligent, he would have had a successful coup. But he's too dumb to get that right, even when all the cards are stacked in his favor.
Hi, holding out. Hey, could you just state your age for TikTok purposes and who did you vote for?
60, and I voted for Miss Harris.
Thank you. Would you like to add to the conversation? Because I know you were in the chat.
Craig, you gave me some hope because when you see the Supreme Court, let the shit slide, as far as like the federal judges, you kind of lose hope. And And Newsom, has given me, a shred of hope, because it just seems like every time you turn around, every freaking day, it's something new. And we're in the solar business. So Musk doesn't like him because same reason, the green energy. And, my son has a solar company. He worked doing this 18 years. My other son works for him. I work for him. And like, it's going to be, the tariffs kind of killed us as far as all the equipment. So the green energy bill being canceled is going to be kind of an ass kicking. Right now we're trying to like figure out what, the next move to make, either getting a restoration or whatever. But there's 250,000 people in solar, and you're going to watch November, December, January, February, March. You're going to watch the number of people unemployed just ramp up like you've never seen. Just that's 250,000. Without, if it's not installed by the 31st of December, you can't get that 30% rebate. So,
Located holding out?
Texas.
There's some hope still in the federal courts. The specific mechanism that the Supreme Court used was to say that you can't use an injunction unless the suing party is party to the lawsuit itself. So in other words, a federal court, if John Doe is suing the federal government, can't issue an injunction that applies to the entire American people. They can only apply it to John Doe. So lawyers in these cases have gotten privy to that already, because that's the only route that the Supreme Court could do to make such an egregious ruling, was to go that way. And it seems broad, but it's not. So they're just changing these lawsuits into class action lawsuits and saying that it's the American people suing and they can join at will, and so it applies, and that seems to be going through. So there are ways that we're skirting that egregious ruling. Specific to the energy thing you brought up, I think that's so interesting, because we saw the Trump administration bragging about the 20,000 jobs in the deal that they made with Apple, while Trump simultaneously attacks the Chips and Science Act and is trying to dismantle it, which brought 200,000 jobs, 10x the amount of jobs, just to chip manufacturing alone in the United States, not including the like 150,000 jobs it brought for construction of those facilities. And we've already realized over 150,000 of those. So for him to be bragging about a fraction of Joe Biden's outcome is hilarious to me. It would be more funny if his supporters were not dumb enough to think it was a win.
Well, the thing is that, we're talking about big oil and gas. Once this goes in effect, your electric bill is going to go up at least 14 to 18%. And what's going to happen is the electric companies like Texas, we got ERCOT, they're going to go to the utilities commissioner and say, oh, the demand's so much higher, since solar's no longer, so we need to, ramp the rates up again. So it was a big win for gas and oil because, and electric companies, because he took out their only competition.
So NIPSCO in Indiana has already raised their prices in anticipation of this. But I will tell you, since living in Indiana, not even in Michigan, where I thought I would see it, more people have solar on their houses, in their farms, in their yards than I have seen anywhere in this country. I do happen to live with a large Amish Mennonite population, so that could be why. But the amount of people in the state of Indiana that invest in solar is crazy.
Well, I mean, it's really smart. It's your only competition. I have solar on, my house, and we're actually adding, the guys are going to add probably another 6 panels because we're in anticipation of, Texas raising the rates. I'm going to have to spend another maybe $8,000 to get a battery, another battery, just because Texas, especially in Austin, they add like all sorts of charges on everything. But the transfer, charges is already ramping up, and it's really smart. I mean, it's really smart to have solar, just because you'll have at least some control over what your electric bill is going to be. But I just want to tell anybody gets into solar, get extra panels. Even though they say, I only use 8 kilowatts, you want to get like 9 or 10 because you'll have that overage for when these bills get kind of crazy.
But let me ask you a question. Isn't there like a tax break of some sort?
Yeah, 30%. You own 30% equity in it right away.
Okay.
So what happens is once you get your solar put on and you do your taxes, If you pay the taxes, you'll have a form that you send in with it, and you'll get that rebate back. And you're supposed to take that rebate back and put it onto the loan, because a lot of these are like, if your electric bill is like 150 and you go solar, we always are under like, it's like 138. That's if you put your rebate back and you got 30% and 30% equity in it. And people don't think houses sell faster, but that's not true. Not to get solar, but it was a Berkeley study that found that houses with solar sold 12% faster than houses without solar, because you're buying a house that you won't have an electric bill.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, common sense,
Holding, I can actually confirm that because I was an underwriter for the country's largest mortgage lender, and we dealt with solar contracts as part of the selling or buying process, and we would have to determine, in that contract, who owned the panels, how long the secondary mortgage was for, if it would transfer to the new owner, any rebates that people got as a result of it. And then just going through solar contracts was fascinating. So I actually learned a lot through that process. But one thing I always encourage people to do, if you can, is geothermal. Geothermal will save you so much money in heating and cooling costs. And it's generally better for the environment.
Oh, I mean, it really, it just, and people are like, oh, let's get coal mines going. But wasn't like a bunch of people who got sick from that, like, black lung? I mean, I'm not vetted in, anything about coal, but I just remember reading people, unalivened because of the, what do they call it, the coal, black lung? I mean, one is not dangerous, one is dangerous, There's so many things.
They used to have a survivors fund for it because all of those people got black lung and ended up with weird types of cancer. And so the federal government had to come in and say, okay, there's a fund for people who suffer. Well, guess what? That's gone now.
Probably because of Trump. I can't believe
it was.
And watch him clip and cut everything. I mean, they got rid of so if you have a labor dispute, they don't have a quorum for, 3 people in a quorum for that. I mean, even though they're EOs, he's still dismantling everything and making it all pure chaos. And all it does is hurt the hardworking American. But have you guys seen where people are like, oh, we got this surplus, blah, blah, blah. And you go, you dumbasses. That's us paying it because our groceries have ranked up high.
Oh my gosh! Let's talk about the surplus for a second, just so we're all clear on exactly what happened there. So first off, that surplus, and I'm doing air quotes. You guys can't see it, but I'm doing the hardest air quotes you've ever seen. That surplus happened in June, right? So June is at the end of our tax season when all these federal payments come in. This happens every year. We see a spike in federal payments, but that's not the big red flag. That's normal. The big red flag is that we had a surplus because they moved about $90 billion of payments that belonged in that month into another month to create the illusion of a surplus by cooking the books and just moving the payments out of that month. Wow. And by the way, if you make that same $90 billion adjustment that Donald Trump had his hack accounting team make to Joe Biden's June in 2024, Joe Biden has a bigger surplus in that month. And by the way, if that surplus were real and were going to stick, we would have saw it in July carry through and push through into the quarter and make a really strong story for them. But because they cooked the books and that's not sustainable, they saw a deficit this month. They just came out like August 11th, and it's like a $46 billion deficit. It's 20% higher in terms of deficit than Joe Biden had in July. So that surplus is just, it's not even real.
Mel had a question. Mel, go ahead. You have the floor.
Hey, great. Thanks for coming on this live. You're bringing a lot of really great insight and things that I think just in a way that it's really easy to understand it too. Mm-hmm. But why is there not any consequences for doing this? Faking out, the playing with numbers. Like, why is there, or is there going to be consequences for doing that?
I mean, one of the biggest law firms I worked for in New York City is no longer around that got in big trouble for that, for cooking the books.
Well, the crazy part is, no, we don't have like the not. Oh, go ahead. But we just don't have like the majority to really make a stink about it. I mean, am I wrong?
No, I mean that's the correct answer, right? Like we don't control any of the branches of government right now. We don't control the House, we don't control the Senate, we don't control the judiciary, we don't control the executive. And so like the mechanisms that are there that are supposed to hold him accountable are not. And they're all complicit. Like the Republican Party is complicit. And so is the voter base. I think that's the really scary part. There was a poll that came out. Some of you guys might have seen this. There was a poll that came out like 4 days ago from the most reputable polling source in Canada. They were polling Americans. And they asked the question that if Donald Trump was explicitly implicated in the crimes of trafficking minors, right, with Epstein, would those Republicans still vote for him? And it was like 47% of them said yes, and 27% of them said they don't want to answer. So you can deduce from that that at least 5% of those people probably would and just didn't want to say it. So to recap that, that's over 50% of Republicans that they polled said that they would vote for this man if he were found to be guilty as a child predator. So we've got some serious problems in this country in terms of getting to a place to hold him accountable. And we should have done it when we had the opportunity to Biden, but we appointed Merrick Garland as a compromise to a party that would stab us.
Wait, hold on. There's an echo. Somebody.
Sorry.
That's crazy that they are so okay with it. But what it is, it really is a huge money grab.
Hold on. There's an hold on.
Hold on, guys. Hold on. How about now? Is it still there?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, you're good. I don't hear an echo. I think Crate.
I can't hear you.
Oh, okay.
So what I think you guys got to realize is he fire like 13 inspector generals that are like the kind of our checks and balances in like every department. So we don't even have like and basically someone overseeing all the different federal departments.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's really scary because that's go ahead.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I was just saying he did in conjunction with Doge, who did a lot of that work for him at the front too.
And I want to let you know, I actually specialize in forensic accounting, and I can tell you this is fact. There's not a chance in hell, 6 hours when Musk got in around midnight to one of those departments, did he find any waste and fraud. Because there are 5 important steps you need to take in order to verify. You got to verify routing numbers, transaction numbers, inventory numbers before you can go, this is, you can't do it in 6 hours. It takes generally on a rush takes 2 days.
But going back to what Crate was saying, how people would still vote for him, even if they knew what was going on with the e-files, and even before then, because Crate, I did a whole thing on YouTube on this. Like I have this series called Pathetically Unfiltered. It's like a news segment, and somebody clued me in to Casablanca's. Like I went all the way back and I dug up these videos that I didn't even know existed. And what I found was completely disturbing. This is why I keep saying he is the network. This man was aligned with a modeling agency. That's why he went and bought a pageant. Even one of the girls, well, she's a woman now, but she was saying that there was one man that kept walking into the dressing room while everybody was getting dressed. And I said, who could that be? Because he blatantly admitted out loud how he would walk into the teen pageant dressing room while they were getting dressed. And he felt that he could do that because he was the owner and he was, checking to make sure that everything was in order. I don't know what owner does this unless they work, for a topless club or something like that. But, at the end of the day, to know that this man is not just about the e-files, but going way back into the 80s and the affiliations that he had with these different people who owned modeling agencies, where The modeling agency was the front for what they were doing behind the scenes. Because I said in my video, once they got the girls that they wanted and they flew them to Paris, what was the first thing they did? They took away their passport. So now they were stuck in a position in a foreign country because, Paris, France is a foreign country. They speak French. And how are they going to get around? They're not going to have any other choice but to succumb to what they were put through in order for them to work and make money.
I think you're
And this
spot
is
on.
what this
Sorry, go
is
ahead.
what is in the White House now. I'm sorry, go ahead. I just wanted to say that final point.
I'm sorry. I thought you were done. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, it's okay.
Yeah, I think you're spot on. I think there is an overwhelming amount of evidence and even video footage of Donald Trump
Yes.
just flat out saying the type of person he is. And there's an overwhelming amount of evidence that shows he was connected to Epstein. There's a clip of him on Howard Stern of, Howard Stern says, "What do you have in common with Ivanka?" And his answer is sex.
Oh, that was with
which is a
with Wendy Williams.
Okay. Yeah. So like, but that's just a wild thing to say about your daughter. And then you have on the other side Republicans saying that Biden is a creep because there's a picture of him with his nose a little too close to a girl's hair, right? And so like the double standards are staggering. I don't think Republicans, and I think that poll shows it, I don't think they actually have any of the values that they said they have, right? Like they talk about being fiscal conservatives, and yet every single Republican president since the 1980s has exploded our deficit, and every single Democrat that has been a president since the 1980s has reduced our deficit. Every single one. They say that they care about constitutional conservatism, and that doesn't seem to be true because they're cheering on Trump as he violates the Constitution in regards to immigration, in regards to violating due process for people. They say that they care about law and order, and in the next breath, they defend January 6th. They say that they care about supporting our veterans and our military, and in the next breath, they support the One Big Beautiful Bill Act, which cut funding for the VA, which cut funding for veterans, for medical care, for things like those burn pits that we worked so hard to get passed to take care of people. It cut exemptions for veterans coming back with PTSD so they could have a moment to get their life in order before they actually had to go back into the workforce. They say that they care about family values while they separate children from their parents and send them to countries they've never been from. They say that they care about national security and they defend Russia in the very next breath. They say that they care about religious freedoms, but they want to force you and your children to read the 10 Commandments in school. I could go on, but the point is they don't have any values that transcend their desire to oppress people that aren't like them so they can feel good about themselves. That's why there's all this talk about immigration. That's why they always talk about black crime anytime the crime rate comes up. That's why they always talk about people that don't look or sound or live like them. There are 10 trans athletes in high school and college nationwide right now. And you can talk to a dozen Republicans outside at your local grocery store that will tell you they voted for Trump because trans people shouldn't play sports. It is absolutely wild. They don't give a damn about any of this.
Well, I mean, did you watch them on the Big Beautiful Bill? How they're laughing? How they're laughing and smiling and stuff, knowing that they're going to, kick people out of nursing homes, take that Down syndrome child that's in a group home and kick them out, even if they don't have a parent. And they want to try to do this, like, Trump, what was it saying? The mental institutions those are the homeless people. Where are you going to find these? Because all the mental institutions have been closed. There's no mental help. And by the way, what Trump said when he went into the teenager's dressing room, why the hell was he in there to start with? He said, "Don't worry, girls, I've seen it all before." It's just like when he approached a 10-year-old, an 8-year-old going up the stairs.
Oh, yeah, the 10-year-old.
What grown man looks at a child and says that he does not know, in 10 years, I'm going to date her? Man, I tell you what, if that would have been my best little girl, my granddaughter, I would have flipped down the stairs and physically tackled him and punched the shit out of him to show him, that is not cool. I mean, I know it sounds crazy, but, it just, everything he's done, he has divided this country to a point where I don't ever think it's going to be united whatsoever. because his tritlers are so brainwashed, they believe every single thing he says, and then they're like broken records. They come everyone says the exact same thing. I said, show us policy, show proof. All they do is they get angry, then they call you names.
Right.
What makes me the most frustrated is the fact that I'm 60 years old and I'm kind of hiding in my house. Because if you look at my skin color, what nationality would you guess I am? Anybody?
Well, from the picture, you look YT.
That's me 4 hours. My entire life, I've been asked if I'm Mexican. I'm Lebanese, Syrian on one side, Italian on the other. This is me 4 hours in the sun. I get gold. I mean, I brown faster than toast in the toaster. But because 3 years ago, walking towards the HEB to go in the parking lot, some MAGA guy cuts across so he could pass me and my granddaughter, and then tells me to get the blank out of his country. You blinking beaner. I'm sick of your welfare. I'm sick of my money going for your wealth. I mean, just kind of just lit into me. And I didn't know, he's like 6'4", kind of heavy set. And, could have been drinking. I don't know. But I grabbed her and she was midair. So I physically took her to the car because I had no idea what his intentions were, because he made it a point to cross in front of me, And so since then my granddaughter's like, don't go to the store alone, Grandma. And she's, now 11, but it impacted her. It doesn't. I mean, if it had been me alone, I would have had a different reaction. But it's just that's what he's doing to people, is he's putting them in the position. First, 9/11 it was the Muslims, Middle Eastern. Then COVID it was the Asians. Now it's the Mexicans. Now here's a fun fact. I want you guys, anytime someone brings up the 5, and I'm very sorry that 5 American women were unalived by, someone that was not legal to be here in the country. But every day in the United States, 3 American women are unalived by their American husband or partner every single day. But he never mentions them. He just fearmongers everybody on a daily basis, which is surprising. He hasn't brought up, Mexicans in the last 2 days. That's all he does. There's murderers, rapists, and, smug dealers. Right. And then he gives a pardon to a guy connected to 6 unaliving with his dark web smug selling, his underground smug selling. He gives him a pardon. The dude got 2 life terms and 20 years, and then he lets him out. So freedom is, free if you got enough money.
Right. Well, I just want to say, I want to welcome in Samuel because he's been waiting patiently. But I just want to say we have over 30 people in this live. Please tap the screen. Let's get up to 40,000. And please give the panel if you can. I do have a gift goal. I have the tiny dinosaur, I think it is. So welcome in, everybody. I'm going to go ahead and give the floor to Samuel.
Hi, sorry about that. Wow, am I really loud? I was really loud in my headphones for a second.
It's okay. How are you?
Hi, I just wanted to come on because I had a quick question for Craig, and it was this. I'm a very spiritual person, so it's hard for me to view the situation that's going on in terms of left versus right. The way I see it is people who are awake versus people who are asleep. And I feel like there's a whole lot of propaganda going on their side, that these sleeping people are just locked into like sheep at a feeding trough. How much of this, I don't know, how do we flip it? Is a question that I've been thinking this entire time, because you keep bringing up very good points, but how do you flip it? How do you change the trajectory? I guess
I think the unfortunate reality is we're going to have a situation like happened in 2008 for some of these people to wake up. It sucks to say that, but that's what woke everybody up in 2008 and made them realize, whoops, this is a mistake. And Obama won. And unfortunately, I think that's what has to happen next.
I think we have a pretty serious education problem in this country. I think that there's this old saying that facts tend to have a liberal bias, right? And you see this in the data where the people that are better educated tend to be more likely to vote Democrat, right? People that have better economic outcomes because of that education tend to vote Democrat. People that are in the STEM fields tend to vote Democrat. And that's because, like, when you understand the nonsense of policies like saying that climate change isn't real and just how obviously wrong that is, just like at face value, it becomes very easy to become skeptical of a lot of this Republican propaganda. So the underlying question of, like, how do we fix it? Well, I think first you got to take back power, and that looks like what we talked about maybe 45 minutes ago. Democrats just have to win seats, and they have to do it at any cost. So, like, if that means California gerrymanders and the other states respond to the Republican gerrymandering by doing it themselves to make sure we can take back power, then that's just what you do. Because by doing that, we can at least preserve our democracy and start taking incremental steps to shift our culture back into a place of progress rather than this regression that we're seeing. And Republicans know that. I think they know what I'm saying is true. And that's why you see them dismantling education in this country. You see them trying to cut public education. You see them appointing Linda McMahon as the chief of the Department of Education, right? Who has no experience in it. She's there to tear it down. You see them trying to put PragerU in place at PBS and attacking publicly funded things that give resources to children. You see them cutting SNAP benefits. 40% of the people that get SNAP benefits are kids. And by the way, there was a study done that the single biggest correlative factor to test scores for children in schools is when you give those kids free lunch, because hungry kids don't learn well. And so all these things, I think, are connected to the bigger issue of undermining our education, because dumb citizens are gullible citizens. But Democrats have to get back in power to fix that.
Oh, I just wanted to say one more thing before anybody goes next. Let's remind everyone that we have to use TikTok friendly language, and everybody has been good about it. But when we talk about E, let's just refer to him as E or Jeff. But I would prefer if we could just say the letter E. Try not to say his full name, because TikTok has issues with that, and I want to keep this live safe. So let us proceed.
Little E, what we call him down in the hood.
What's up, Swerve? Welcome in.
Hey, good evening, all you beautiful, tiny people living in my telephone. Great to see you.
That's cute.
Thank you. I've been sitting here listening to the conversation for, I don't know, probably the past hour or so, and reading. I read a lot. Not books either, just news articles, and preparing for my life for when I go live tomorrow. And one thing that we all have some very good questions. Okay. I guess the one question at the top of everybody's mind is, how do we stop this? The unfortunate answer is we don't. We can't stop it. Democrats hold no power within our government right now. The very minuscule amount of power that they do have, and if you go look, because people are always saying, oh, the Democrats won't do this, and they're not doing this, they ain't doing it. Right? Well, if you actually went
fierce noises. Continue.
That's all me. That's all me. But if you actually go and look, you will see that Democrats have proposed over 1,000 bills on the congressional, within the Congress, to push back on this agenda. And of course, without them having the control that they need to bring a bill to the floor, well, MAGA Mike ain't going to bring it to the floor. And this is what I caution everyone. At this point, if I'm walking down the street tomorrow and I look at a curb and I see there's a crack in that curb, I look at that crack and I'll be like, you know what? That'd be a president than the one we have now. If I'm walking down the street and I see a cigarette butt lying in the street, I'd look at that thing and I'd be like, you know what? That would definitely be a better president than the one we have now. At least we know why that's orange, or whatever the case may be. But the unfortunate side is we're stuck. And, it's easier to destroy than it is to create. Ask any woman who's ever had a child. you just find yourself in a position where things get destroyed within a matter of seconds, a matter of minutes, or just an hour. But it will take decades to rebuild it. And we spent over what, 15, 16 years rebuilding the Twin Towers, somewhere in that vicinity. We're going to be cleaning up this mess for decades. And one thing that I'm very good at is pointing out the hypocrisy of MAGA. I do it daily. I go into other people's lives and I do it for them. I think it was Samuel who mentioned earlier how they seem to be like they're sheep in a cult. They are. They're absolutely sheep in a cult. And I will give you an example. Probably about 2 months ago, they come running into my live. Oh my God, the Democrats' approval rating is at 29%. What are you going to do, liberal? Huh? What do you got going on there? See here. What the fuck is going on? What? Well, your approval rating is at 29%. So Democrats aren't in charge of anything. And I'm not a Democrat. I've been a registered independent for over 30 years, and I've been a recovering Catholic for even longer. It doesn't matter to me what that poll says. But why are you trying to bring up polls now? What do you mean? Well, isn't there a poll out currently that says Donald Trump is the worst president in history, including himself when he was president last time? Oh, well, that was a fake poll. So you got to understand something, liberal. When they do these polls, they call somewhere to Fairbanks, Alaska, see, and then that call is transferred over into Russia. And what happens, it comes back through Russia via Hawaii. And then, so that's not a real poll. But you guys are at a 29% approval rate. Well, okay, so you believe that poll, but you don't believe this one.
Right.
When Joe Biden had that debate with Trump, and it was a bad debate, and CNN started saying bad things about Joe Biden, the very next day, they were all over the place quoting CNN. I'm like, wait a minute, y'all been telling me for the past 10 years CNN was fake news. Now you believe them? Like, y'all need to MAGA really needs to pick a lane and stick in it. And I'll land my plane with this, because this is one thing that I have always pointed out to MAGA. Old Sleepy Joe, this old, senile, dawdy, Alzheimer's dementia patient that can barely walk, managed to beat the pants off the stable genius from the basement of his house, while at the same time running a criminal mastermind organization between China, Ukraine, and the United States, while going on to pass some of the most monumental legislation this country has ever seen since FDR, including the infrastructure bill, the PACT Act, Inflation Reduction Act, the EQIP proposal. I mean, I could go on and on. So imagine if this Sleepy Joe was as sleepy as y'all say. Imagine what the hell he could have done if he was awake. And they can never fathom that. Wait, what does this? I support who? What was that? Or supports Sean Dunn and is against law. Who is Sean Dunn?
I don't know who Sean Dunn is.
Like, why would I care about Sean Dunn? User, bunch of prison numbers, social security number, credit card number. Why care about Sean Dunn?
Yeah.
The point you made about what I call Schrodinger's Biden is pretty funny. That's one of my favorite pieces of like cognitive dissonance from the right. I do disagree with the first point you made about it being too late for a bunch of the reasons we've talked about and more, right? Like I think if it was truly too late, again, you wouldn't see Republicans trying to gerrymander 5 seats because they know that they're in danger in the midterms. And if the Democrats take the House in the midterms, the Trump agenda is done. Like he can't get anything through.
No. What I meant in saying it's too late, maybe I should have clarified a little bit better. In saying that it's too late, we have to win the midterms. That way all of this can start coming to a screeching halt. The military is being deployed on American soil or on U.S. soil. I'm sorry, because we don't live in America. We live in the United States. America is a series of continents with 35 countries in it. But anyway, but right now, there's really nothing we can do. If you protest, well, the National Guard could be there to clean you up. You know, if you say anything negative about this administration or you tell them the truth, then, well, you're going to lose your job.
Yeah. No, I think you're right that in a lot of ways, as far as like lines being crossed, it's definitely too late. And he's putting together what did he call it? A response force for protests, where he's trying to further weaponize the National Guard. But we'll see. I mean, we've had some hits in court, and we've had some pretty big wins in court too.
This is
So
true.
I'm skeptical of his ability to get away with some of this, but it feels like roulette, right? Like you just don't know which judge it's going to go to, and because both sides have packed the courts in the past two presidencies, it's just so partisan on both sides. But I mean, we blocked his attempt to end birthright citizenship. We blocked the federal freezing on education grants. We blocked him trying to use the Alien Enemies Act for some deportations. So there's like some pretty key wins, but I do think that like your core point, if I understand it, of like, hey, we are at a pivotal moment, and this is the line, and if they continue to be allowed to cross it, and we do not make up some ground here, that's it.
Mm-hmm.
We are on the tipping point. I do agree with that.
It reminds me of the Dave Chappelle show when Charlie Murphy was on there, and he was talking about how Rick James was a habitual line stepper. That's Donald Trump. You push him back across the line, he steps over it again. He's just a habitual line stepper, right? And it's always been my belief, especially as a veteran, that I did not go out and do what I did on behalf of this country, a country that I love, that has never loved me back as a veteran or as a black man in the United States. It's never loved me back. If he's going to habitually step over that line, it's time somebody knocks his ass back across it.
Yeah,
And I'd be willing to volunteer. I'm just saying, I volunteer as tribute.
I wish that more people, when we had these conversations, particularly with the right, could focus on outcomes. And it just reminds me that they don't, because they don't really care about the issue, right? The issues are just vehicles to give them an excuse to like say that it's okay to do something to someone who doesn't look like them. But like when you look at the outcomes here for the things like the healthcare cuts in the One Big Beautiful Bill Act, it's like 17 million people that are going to lose healthcare over the next 10 years. That number is bigger than the state population of North Carolina. I mean, that is a really, really high number. The Kaiser Family Foundation estimates that there will be 55,000 otherwise preventable deaths a year just from those cuts alone. And it doesn't stop there. A lot of Republicans will tell you, well, I don't want my tax money to go for free rides for these people. Why do I have to pay for their health care? Well, unfortunately for those people, we've done a ton of economic analysis on these programs. And what we found is for every dollar that we put into programs like Medicare and Medicaid, we get back about $1.51. And we understand that when we look at the economics of it, right? So like when you have people that have access to healthcare, that healthcare has to be supported by a hospital, often in rural areas, because those places use these benefit programs disproportionately more per capita. So they support these rural hospitals that have to employ doctors, they have to employ nurses, they have to get medicine, right, to be able to take care of these people. That medicine has to be transported on a truck that has a truck driver. That truck has to be refrigerated. That refrigeration unit has to be built. It has to come from a warehouse that has to be like the economic offerings that these programs give us vastly outweigh the cost of taking care of people. And the other thing that's true that was in that economic analysis was that we understand that healthy people work more often. Who would have thought, right? Like you have a higher employment rate in these markets when people can get health care. They are more productive. And so the benefits of these programs, just in terms of pure economic utility, vastly outweigh the negatives of them. And when you put a program in and cut it, that's worse than never having it. They found for every dollar cut, it's about $16 negative of economic impact to these regions. And we see the outcome of that in this moment as we see rural hospitals announcing that they will have to close or that they have to cut staff. There is a hospital in rural Virginia right now that has 200 patients for the one doctor that they have left on night shift because of these Medicare and Medicaid cuts. You can't have a hospital that has 30% of its budget predicated upon federal reimbursements, and then cut all of that and expect them to be able to support the same amount of people in the same way with the same level of care. But it becomes very hard to talk about these issues with that level of depth with people that only want to tell you that, oh, no, those cuts aren't in the bill, even though they are. Or, oh, no, I don't want to pay tax money for lazy people. We're just cutting lazy people. And by
Right.
the way, that's not true either. There are exemptions that got cut for things like battered partners. If you were being domestically abused, we used to give you 60 days to get your life in order, getting out of that abusive relationship before you had to go back to work. That's gone. For SNAP benefits, it used to be if you had kids under the age of 18, they were eligible for that regardless of what was going on with the parents. Now that has been cut down to the age of 12. So I guess if you have a kid from 13 to 17, you can go F yourself because the government's not going to take care of you. I guess you should move to a state where child labor is allowed, like Florida, and that kid can work for them.
And you can no longer claim your kid once they turn 7. So
Yeah, I mean, I'll lay my plane. Thanks for letting me rant here. But yeah, the outcomes of these things are so radically bad, even before we get to the morality of it. They're just dumb policies that are bad for people.
yeah. Maribel, real quick, I just wanted to say if I drop abruptly, it's because I'll be getting a phone call
Okay.
from a friend of mine who just happens to be a girl. Don't read any further into it than that. That's all I'm saying.
I won't. I promise. Holding out had her hand up. Go ahead. You have the floor.
I would call from Grace had her hand up first. I
Oh,
wouldn't
she
make.
did?
Yeah.
Oh, I missed it. Did you have your hand up, Grace?
I did. I just
Oh, okay. Go ahead. You go ahead.
It's almost 1 a.m. here in Indiana, so
Okay.
I just wanted to say two things. I wanted to ask a question, and then I wanted to leave the panel with a comment. And this question is for Crate because he's most obviously my new favorite person in the entire world.
Who me? Thank you, Grace. That's so nice.
So
And Swerve
yesterday,
too.
right? Me and Swerve go way back. If you hear stirring, I'm sorry, it's my husband. So yesterday the BBC came out with reporting regarding the meeting between the Russian president and Donald Trump in Anchorage. And the BBC is reporting that in order for concessions to be made in Ukraine, that parts of Alaska, the parts where minerals and oil can be drilled and mined, will be given over, and we will be getting a cut of that as a country. So, like, we're leasing to a foreign adversary, basically. My question is, what are your thoughts on that? I know that you're not a lawyer, but the legalities around that, because I have been digging. I have never heard of, at least in the United States, us giving other countries
Thank you, Mr.
drilling or mining rights.
So I guess there's two questions here, right? And I think the first is like, is it a good thing to do for an adversarial country? I think the obvious answer there is no. I think this shows how weak Donald Trump is. I think it shows how willing he is to placate Putin and be Putin's lapdog, all for the sake of cozying up to a dictator so he can align himself with countries that have done what he wants to do to the United States and take unilateral power. The notion that we would give our nation's resources not only to an adversary, but for the purpose supposedly of resolving the war in Ukraine, where Russia was so clearly the aggressor, the fact that Russia would have anything positive to show for infringing upon another nation's sovereignty is absolutely abhorrent. I think the second part to that question is like, can Donald Trump do that? And the technical answer is no. He cannot unilaterally make those deals. There's constitutional limits to it, and I think the treaty clause is what it's called. It's like Article 2. And then there's some just like political mechanisms that block it, that require congressional approval for these things as well, just regular like federal law. Whether or not he'll try to do it, we'll see. Like he did the same thing with tariffs, right? Like he can't technically do tariffs unilaterally, but here he is doing it. So we'll see. And Republicans are also like complicit, right? So maybe they'll just get behind him and make sure this happens for him. But I think it's pretty heinous to do.
Fair enough. Well, you definitely made me feel better because I crashed it on Discord server earlier today, and Maribel had to come mom me, which I needed. And then comment is to Maribel, this has been the most wild live panel. We started out kind of sad, then moved to goofy, then moved to Harvard educated. So I just want to thank everybody up here, everybody down in the comments.
And we went back to goofy, right?
Right. These are the conversations that need to be had. Like, it's time to stop moping and hoping and wishing that people would just keel over, and really organizing and saying, okay, so let's put a plan together. So with that,
I agree. I completely agree with you on that. Okay. Well, you know what? Good night, girl. You get some rest.
Thank you.
I'm going to go ahead and drop you down.
Okay.
All right. Good night.
No, we do know McDonald's isn't so dangerous as they say to eat, because he's still kicking it at what, 78? Because he eats at McDonald's like every day.
I'm sitting here every day going McDonald's. You had one job,
right?
I mean, and this is the part that I don't understand, because that dude that did that Super Size Me documentary, he started to get sick from that food. Like, there were serious things happening to him, and I'm saying to myself, why isn't it happening though? Like, I don't understand. Great, are you gonna drop down?
McDonald's.
I was going to drop in about 5 minutes, but if you need me to drop earlier,
Oh,
I
no.
can.
I didn't want to. No, I'm not throwing you out, but just let me know when you're ready to go, because I was just reading your comment. So, no, when you're ready, just let me know.
You know, I put my hand up because I got to tell you what drives me crazy is you get these, these mega, they're like, they act like they're so entitled, like, why should I pay for someone's food? Why should I pay for someone's education? Mm-hmm. And I always come back, I'm like, so let me ask you something. How much do you think corporate welfare gets every year? It's $100 billion. And do you know, I've done some research, and I have not found any studies where any of their grants have actually been beneficial for the United States. But like, how Mitt Romney grew Bain & Company is what he did is he got these grants and he bought Delphi. It was car manufacturer, like they made parts for cars. And what he did is he took out loans on their assets. They didn't need loans. And then, and it was a short-term loan. Then he paid his Bain & Company dividends in the millions, plus the amount they took in loans, and come balloon payment for the loans, they didn't have the money. And that's how Delphi, with over 25,000 people, lost their jobs. But he did it to Toys R Us and KB Toys. I mean, they're gone because of Mitt Romney. And, right before the election, they found out he bought. So what he did is use a different entity to come in and purchase all the stuff on pennies on the dollar at auction. Then he shifted all the stuff and bought real estate in China. He was moving Delphi, operations to China, trying to be slick about it. And he got busted before, the election. Bottom line is this, they're all over the single parent that gets $358 a month, which I got to bring that up, but they're not mad because corporate welfare gets $100 billion unaccounted for, because it's almost like they don't have any rules or no, stay here, hire this many and be open for 5 years. Now, when we talk about that, the $358 a single parent gets, now I'm flipping the subject. Do you know what the average daycare per hour? Because they changed the law in the Big Beautiful Bill. They have to work, what is it, 80 hours a week? A single parent with one child gets $358 a month. You know, that's like $4.10 an hour if you drive by it. But they'd have to pay out on the average. It's like $7 an hour for childcare because there's a national shortage of it. I don't know if you guys knew this. If you Google what the average childcare is, it's insane. Especially, I'm in Austin, and it's like $22 an hour. I don't know how any of these parents can work if they don't have family to help them. You know,
That's
and
probably why I decided not to have children, because I knew that it was going to be a hassle that, quite honestly, I was not prepared for. I was not prepared for it mentally, and I was not prepared for it financially, because I always felt like if I was going to have a child, I wanted to be far better off financially. And
well, that's why they did it, because now you've got all these single parents that can't afford $7 an hour. What's going to happen? They're not going to apply for SNAP benefits. They did this. That's why they moved the age to 7.
I'm seeing it happen to a friend of mine, and it's very, very frightening. And I want to go back to the point that you were talking about healthcare. I work in the healthcare industry. I'm listening to patients on the phone. If their health insurance coverage is not covering a referral appointment that they need, and they know that it's going to cost them out of pocket, they don't want to go. And it's not something like they should opt out of. There's a reason why doctors set up referral appointments, because there's something going on that they need to investigate further in their health. And if they are not making these appointments, guess what? Their health will deteriorate faster, because they're not getting to the root of whatever problem is going on. If they're walking around with a dislocated shoulder, guess what? They would walk around with it if they knew they had to pay anything out of pocket over $50. There are people that were calling me talking about medication that they were on before. The copay for this one lady for 2 separate medications was $875. Do you know what $875 is? I am type 2 diabetic. I have not been able to take this is almost the 4th week. I am freaking out. I can't afford $274 for a 5-week supply. That shouldn't be.
Not in the greatest country. And that's why he moved, that's why the Republicans made the dependent age down to 7, because what they're doing is they're forcing single parents to give up on their SNAP benefits, because they know there's a national shortage. They know the lowest daycare you can find per hour is like $7 an hour. So it doesn't make sense to get food stamps at $4.10 an average and pay out $7. They'd lose $2.90 a month, $2.90 an hour. Is that right? $3.90?
At the end of the, I think at the end of the day, we are all stuck in a situation where things just are not panning out. Sunday before last, not too many people know this, but I had a heart attack Sunday before last. And so I spent a lot of this week not necessarily fighting with the VA, just trying to get things taken care of in terms of the bill for the ambulance ride, the hospital stay, and stuff like that. So they basically, due to budget constraints and staffing shortages at my VA, this is taken where this would normally be cleared up in about 72 hours. It's going to be weeks before this gets cleared up. Now, am I really worried about it getting cleared up? No, not really. I know it's going to get cleared up. However, it's going to take so long, it's going to hit my credit report. That's how long it's going to take to get it cleared up. And because the way the ambulance company, they bill they bill me. I call the VA, I give the VA the receipt number, the account number, other information off of it. They start processing it. But they're backed up with claims processing when it comes to like travel reimbursement and things of that nature. They're backed up. The numbers in the thousands. And that's just at my local VA, where the staffing shortages have just gone awry. And when it comes to healthcare, it's probably the number one. I believe healthcare is a right, not a privilege.
Right.
Spandex is a right, not a privilege. Okay. Food is a right, not a privilege. And we see with what's going on, they're taking away food from children. They're taking away food from families. It's just not panning out. And this bill that's supposed to be so wonderful and so great, if it's so wonderful and so great, why does it not kick in until 2027? If no tax on tips is such a great concept, why isn't it permanent? If our tax cuts are so amazing, why aren't they permanent? If
Well,
the
you know, they
tax
kind of
is such a
redefined like
wonderful
the
thing, why is
overtime.
inflation going up?
Yeah.
I like that you called out the fact that a lot of those cuts don't kick in until 27 because it's a great call out. It's because Republicans know when those cuts go through, they're going to be super unpopular in these rural communities where their voters are because they're going to destroy a lot of those communities. And they're waiting to make sure those kick in after the midterms to try to give themselves an advantage. It's super shady. If they were confident in their policy, they would be trying to get these things out with urgency, but they know that they're just taking that money and they're funneling it up the economic chain to the donor class, and they're doing it at the expense of their voters. So I think that's a great call out. I've got to run, but I want to, like the panel, you guys have been so kind, and I want to thank the host for giving me some space to rant and rave about a couple of these things. I really appreciate all of you.
Crate, you are more than welcome to come back anytime. It's super educational, and I invite you. I'm here every night. So please, feel free to come up because if anybody has questions, hopefully you will have the answer. So thank you so much for coming on.
Thanks for coming on, Crate.
I appreciate it. Thanks, everyone.
All right, I'll go ahead and drop you down. Have a good night.
It's crazy that, people do not realize what they have done in this bill. I read Project 2025. It was 900 pages. And I'll be honest, there's a lot of words they just added just to kind of get people to give up reading it. And I'm watching, every agenda, step-by-step agenda. When Trump's like, oh, I don't know who wrote it, whatever. I have a video on my TikTok where he says, 2017 at a Heritage Foundation dinner, thanking the Heritage Foundation. First talks about some photos, but he thanks them for the groundwork for policies and procedures that, they want to work on. So they've been working on this way long before, started back in 2017. And Trump really isn't really running anything. It really is a Stephen Miller. Have you guys seen, that they're asking for on question 4 on any federal application for a job? They're asking you to list 2 Trump policies and why you like them. You have to write a little essay as to why you like both of them, so they can separate who's going to support him, who's not. And those people that support him get moved to either get hired. And this is in Project 2025. If they get hired, they have to go through the Heritage Foundation Presidential Academy. And at the end of this academy, they don't have to pledge their allegiance to the Constitution. They pledge their allegiance to Donald Trump. And that alone.
Yeah, but you know what? Like, how long is this thing going to last? Donald Trump is not going to be around forever. So I think all of that, for me, this is just my own personal thought. All this pledging allegiance, like what's going to happen when he's not here anymore? Who are they going to pledge to then? They're going to be lost causes. I mean, they're already lost causes now. Hi, Lils.
Well, that's a good question. It's just, see, here's my concern, and I wish I would have brought this up when that fellow was up. The fact of the matter is, you're seeing was it Miami? They changed their mayoral race to next year. Is the way they're trying to manipulate any type of race, election in their favor, And we know, see, my vote didn't show up. I went in person. To the day I went to vote, I checked my registration constantly because, it was that gut feeling something wasn't right. And, I'm like, okay, I'm good. Took a screenshot of it just in case anything happened at the, the place to vote. But then I go to, check it the next day. It's not there. And it says my registration is invalid. I'm like, what? I voted in the last election. How's my registration invalid? Did you know there's people that are Republicans, the big mega crazy people? Like one woman alone in Florida reported 32,000 of her Democratic neighbors that their information is wrong, and they kicked them off the polls, kicked out their vote.
Oh yeah, I got purged for we voted on a ballot measure here in Ohio, November of 2023. before it was time for me to vote in the 2024 election, I had been purged 4 times from the voter rolls here in Ohio.
Wow.
I don't
Someone,
know how mine got. I
someone
mean,
asked
the
the
dad.
question, who are they gonna call out to when Donald Trump is no longer here? Here's all we're gonna hear from y'all.
Funny guy.
Just saying.
Well, they never get facts. You know, I tell them when I'm like, well, bring the facts. And they're like, oh, well, you know. And I said, you know, I can tell you embedded sticky notes. Prove me wrong. Or does that mean you'd have to actually look up facts? I've just never seen people that are so so ignorant to their own their own value. Like what he's going to do is going to hurt them, their family. It just makes it's stunning. And thanks for listening to me, Belly, because I was sitting here earlier just with just a bad stomach ache going, I can't believe he's doing this shit. We got boots on the ground. It's disgusting.
Mm-hmm.
So thank you very much, for being so kind of allowing me up.
Of course. Matrix,
Have you guys
I know you were. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Bruce.
been to any conservative lives lately?
No.
Yes, the answer is no.
No,
Right.
she
They're
said
all
no.
in. They're all they love this shit, dude. They're supremely happy about what's happening.
Of course they are. They have no soul. They have no ethics and no soul. Like
But
truly,
how
they
long
don't.
do they think it's going to last? It's not going to last.
Obviously, things like this, especially the intensity level that they're at, will eventually burn themselves out. But like I said earlier, in order for this thing to burn itself out, these people have to experience some pain.
Bruce, are you at?
Well, what's weird is how giddy they get when they're like someone's getting hurt, or they're doing like if you watch some of those videos
All
where
right,
I
Maribel, I'm gonna
grab
drop.
people.
Can you drop me, Maribel?
Yes, I can drop you.
All right. See you later, everybody.
You're hilarious.
Bye.
See you later. But they get so damn giddy about it. There's just something mentally wrong with you when you watch someone else, innocent person being put through stuff. So I mean, it's nuts.
I keep thinking I'm hearing thunder. I'm like, what is that noise? It sounds like really loud. Okay. Continue.
Oh no, I was just, I want to say I'm shocked, but I really shouldn't be. But
Mhm.
just how they're so giddy when people get hurt. Like I watched a guy
Because there's something wrong with them. That's
right.
why.
I
There's
really think they're
something
mentally warped.
mentally wrong. And I'm not trying to diagnose anybody, but clearly there's different types of behavior issues and personality issues that's going on with them that they're enjoying this. Go ahead, Samuel.
I wanted to say that I feel like they're when I think about them and the way they get giddy about watching these things happen, I think back to Rome and gladiatorial matches where they would pit people against lions and tigers, and people would come from miles to watch this happen. It's that same mentality. It's that same asleep, entertain me, get to my root fear, to fear monger me.
Mm-hmm.
And like Crate was saying earlier, education, it's the stop. It's how you get them out. Is education. They wake up from education.
But do they want to learn, Samuel, is the thing. Do they honestly want to learn? Because I don't think a lot of them don't. And the ones that come in, and I always imitate them, Bruce knows. When they come in, yeah, I'm 25, I'm rolling Trump, I like your policy, I'm gonna take my money and put it in Bitcoin. And I'm like, shut the fuck up with that shit. You don't even know what you're talking about. You're 25, you don't know how to clean your butt yet, and you're talking about taking money and putting it in Bitcoin. Now, to me, you look like a grifter.
Oh, that was
Absolutely.
marvelous. I'm sorry, that was fantastic. Because the way you said it,
Thank you.
nailed it. I was busting up laughing.
Thank you.
And you could just tell by the voice.
Mm-hmm.
And it's so funny because I'm like, when did this I always like question, prove it. Well, I mean, they never can bring it to the table. And,
No.
and the way they talk, I just go, to graduate from junior high at least?
Samuel, did you want to say something?
No, I was going to tell you that
Oh.
that was hysterical. The whole
Bravo,
imitation was
sister.
perfect. Like that was. I'm a theater kid. That was. I couldn't get enough.
Well, I took acting classes, so I'm sure that they're paying off in somehow, some way.
You're a riot. You don't live in Texas, do you?
No, I'm originally from the Bronx, but I moved out here to Arizona in 2016.
I got you. I remember going to New York the first time, and I went into a grocery store. I was looking for wine coolers back in '88, and I just remember the guy going, "What are you from Jersey?" And I'm like, yeah. And I went as an Iowa girl that went in there all cute and innocent and left flipping everybody off.
I think
Because
there's
New
a
Yorkers are
storm
tough.
going on right now. Yep. It's I can hear the rain hitting this house right now.
Is that unusual for Arizona lately?
Well, it's monsoon season,
Ah,
so when the rain comes down, it comes down hard.
I
You
got
got to be
you.
careful with that. Living in a desert climate, your ground can't soak it up very well.
No, nope. And I'm sure
That's terrifying.
out in our backyard, the water tends to like turn into a little pool, and like one side of it, the water stays there in the rocks. So I hear my dogs barking now because they probably hear the thunder outside.
Our area where I live has been so corporately polluted by the agricultural industry that what used to be lush, like grass and soft ground, is now hard, almost desert like climate.
Mm-hmm.
And our fog, we used to have this real thick, heavy fog that would roll in every morning in this area because I live in the bottom of the Central Valley of California. So right where all those mountains bowl together in the basin, right there, the fog used to roll up right into that basin,
Mm-hmm.
and we don't have fog anymore.
Wow.
And we're talking fog that was like so thick, I would put my hand like extended arm distance all the
Mm-hmm.
way in front of me and not be able to see my hand.
Well,
Wow.
out here in Arizona, they have a thing called dust storms. And when that
Oh yeah.
happens, if you're driving, you literally have to pull to the side of the road. Like, you can't drive because you cannot see anything. And it's frightening. Like, if you look at videos on YouTube, there was a guy who caught, it's like a famous video, where he caught this big dust that literally covered all of Phoenix. I was like, I'm glad I wasn't here when that happened. I mean, it happened like years ago, but yeah, it's wild. You gotta like hear the rain right now. I would take you guys outside to the yard just to see what it looks like because I want to be nosy.
Hey, whatever happened to, was it Carrie Lake, your old governor? Is that her name?
Oh,
In
Crazy
Arizona?
Lake.
Yeah.
She was never
Yeah.
a governor here. I think she was a
Oh,
news reporter, and
well, wasn't she running to be a governor or something?
she
Yep.
was, and she lost, and then she was running against Ruben Gallegos, and she lost, and she was like crying about that.
That's funny. Because you haven't. I remember her saying some crazy shit, and I'm like, man, I don't know. It's just the fact that people have either become numb or acceptable to some of this shit they never would have gotten away with 10 years ago, 20 years ago. I mean.
Stop it, please. It's so windy. Wait, hold on. My father is out there in a robe, okay? I'm not gonna like put him on the camera, but I just want to show you what it's like out here when I'm gonna turn my camera around. Hold on. Can you see? Move. You can't go out there because it's pouring rain. Get out. Can you get out? You see this?
Oh yeah, we've been having some heavy rain in Texas too.
I mean, and it rains hard. And remember what I was talking about? How like it gets wet on this ground over here?
I see it. Yeah.
And it's like super windy. Like I don't know if you can see the tree moving. It's kind of dark, but look at the way it comes down though.
You can see how windy it is with how that water keeps moving real bad.
So I'm going back upstairs.
Don't lock me out.
I'm not gonna lock you out. Oh my God, why would I do that? I see you here. No, I don't forget. My parents think I have their brain sometimes. Hold on, let me just. I don't know if you saw. My cat is like, they're newbies. These cats, so they're like, what is that going on out there? They're like, we've never seen anything like this before, and it's like, of course not. You're 5 months old. You don't know. Stop. So yes, that's what happens out here in Arizona. Like the rain starts to come down really hard. So
You know, it's
everybody
crazy.
has,
People don't
they have
understand that.
hurricanes, and we have like these wild ass storms.
Well, in the relation, like when that last thing happened in Texas, and where the little girls and they had the funding for the warning system, but they spent it on a sheriff's office instead, and no one really knows where a couple million went. But the fact that when you say they go, oh, Trump really cares, he really cares. Any natural disaster, does he do anything? Does he make announcements? Does he give any condolences? Nope, he just ignores it. He literally the 27 that were unalived in, I think it was Kentucky or Mississippi, one of those two states. He didn't mention a word. He went golfing. So happened on a Friday night. Saturday went golfing. Sunday went golfing. Monday goes to that the rose garden ceremony where they ripped out the roses so they could put a parking lot. And I think he did because flies were attached to his butt because he wears a diaper, and I'm sure he stinks like all over. I think he did to prevent the flies from, because those pictures would have been with flies all over his ass because it's gonna be hot.
Can I
Anyways,
just tell you, there's a lady that does a live here, right, Bishop? But her TikTok name is, I think, Mijubu, Mijobu. She does lives in the morning and in the afternoon, and I catch the afternoon lives. And she cracks me up because she's very like bougie. So she uses the background with the microphone, and it has you could put a picture in the background, and she had the picture of his foot, just his foot, and it was like big, like the shoe looked like it didn't even fit correctly. And somebody in the chat said, whose foot is that? And she said, Bigfoot. And I I almost spit out my drink because the way she said it. And she has that one foot just in the picture. I'm like, oh my God, this lady, she has me on the floor sometimes with her lies. And she was like, Bigfoot. I said, I never believe in Sasquatch until now.
well, just everything. I mean, he's so gross. Everything about him just. Can you imagine if you're stuck in anywhere close to him? You see those videos where they're outside and the people behind them are making like, they're making the gagging face. You see the flies buzzing around.
Oh God. Have you seen that? That's crazy. That is crazy the way the flies buzz around him. I've never seen anything like that in my life.
Well, we know flies are attracted to shit. Let's be real here. I mean, I'm not trying to be
Oh
disrespectful
yeah,
because
Mel.
I'm trying to insult him as much as I can. I truly think he's just see when he first was on
I
The
think this
Apprentice,
happened in where was he? Was he in Ireland? Where was he? In Scotland or something like that? It
Scotland.
happened in Scotland, right? With the flies?
I think so.
Yeah, because Mel was like, flies, yeah. He was at a course and there were flies and he just kept like trying to shoo it away.
So they were bothering him. That's disgusting.
Or like
He
lunch.
probably doesn't even take showers.
Oh God. Just everything about him. Back when he was on The Apprentice, he creeped me out so bad I could never figure out why. It must have been a built-in gut instinct because, we find out why later because he's just everything about him's gross and creepy.
Yeah, it's funny
Slimy.
that you say that because when I was watching The Apprentice, I got weirded out at some points, like watching the show. Go ahead,
Kept me
Mel.
creepy.
Mel?
No, I was just saying slimy.
Yeah, it was just gross.
We were just recently watched The Little Rascals, and the 1990s version, I'm guessing,
Mhm.
but he makes a cameo in there
Oh,
as
you're
one of
gonna
the
leave
kids'
Matrix?
dads.
Matrix is late for
Down
you,
to 1
girl.
o'clock. It's
Yeah.
nearly 1:30.
All right. Well, thanks for coming up. I don't know what happened before that you had that echo going on, but I'm
Oh, I was
glad
in
that
my
we're not.
car.
It's gone now.
Yeah, I was in my car. It was my speaker
Oh,
that was
okay,
echoing.
okay. All right. Well, we'll be back tomorrow if you want to come up.
Okay, will do. Have a
Keep us
good morning, guys.
posted. Be
Good
safe.
voice.
Have a good
I love
night.
your voice,
Good
Matrix.
night.
Good
Night.
night.
Good night.
What's crazy about with him is my dad always told me one thing: never toot your own horn. Let others do the tooting for you. Just I'm not meaning like toot like cutting the cheese. I'm talking about your accolades and he always would say, I did this. I'm the greatest everything. Everybody knows this, and I always was like, who the hell's that everybody? You talk about this magical everybody. Who the hell are they? He's
Well,
he just
he lives in a fantasy. I can only chalk it up to, and I'm not going to get emotional about this because I had a dementia patient that called in, and she was going through waves of singing a song and talking about. Yes, I'll go ahead and drop you, Samuel. I'm going to end the live soon, shortly. Yeah, I'm going to end it in a minute or so. But I'll go ahead and drop you. Thanks for coming on. You're always welcome here. Um, I chalk it up to a woman who was having this episode on the phone. She was singing a Cardi B song and she was going through the waves of describing what happened when her daughter passed away. And it was so emotional
God.
for me because of the way she was describing the event. She was talking about the event like it was actually happening. And I think that's what was disturbing. But when it comes to DJT, like I don't feel sorry for his episodes
no
because
no no.
he's so out there in what he's doing. I mean, and the funny thing is like he can be talking about one thing and then he'll just veer off to like another land of something else that you're sitting there like, how did we get here? It doesn't make any sense. And his ego and his narcissism put him in this position because Mary Trump, the way she described growing up in that household, was that his father nurtured that insanity. It's almost like a Dexter. You know what I mean? Like Dexter's father taught him how, if okay, you have this urge, well, I'm going to teach you how to take out the urge on the right people. You know what I mean? And not just on innocent people. But with this man, it was like he was raised to hurt people deliberately because his father raised him like anybody with money didn't matter. They were a lower class than
That's
us.
how he treats everybody. I mean, he's just a I posted a video on my TikTok like a week ago, And the way talking about these teenagers, and this girl comes up on the he's at a podium, and this young girl, teenager, comes up, and he starts talking about how beautiful she is. And then when she walks away, he's like leering at her and saying the most creepiest shit. And these stupid fuckers, sorry, but they don't think that he's on the Epstein. He's part of the Epstein list. You gotta watch it.
You gotta say E. You can't say the whole name. You gotta say the letter
shit. Yeah. Okay, sorry.
No, it's okay. You're good.
But the way he's looking at this girl and talking about this girl made me sick.
Let me just tell you, I did a video on YouTube because somebody that was in the chat earlier had clued me in. He was like, he gave me some names, and I was able to do research, and I found a lot of things. It's the latest YouTube video. If you're following me on my account, I actually posted 2 clips of the video that I did on YouTube. And my YouTube link is in there, so you can see like the latest video. I highly suggest to take a look at it because YouTube blocked that video from 2 countries, and also some of the footage that I used, they say that it's copyright. So I don't get a copyright strike, but it's more like a copyright claim. And they say you can't monetize on that, which is whatever, because I don't have the watch hours yet to monetize. But if you can watch that video and comment and like and share it, it definitely boosts it to the algorithm. But I want to say I have to get going because it's 10:20.
Yeah,
I want to thank everybody for being here tonight. It was super informative. Thank you, Bruce, Mel, for holding the fort till the end. I appreciate all you guys.
Yeah.
Great, who was here earlier. That was like completely amazing because he just really filled us in on everything. Swerve, as always. And everybody in the chat, I want to thank you for being here. I'll be back tomorrow.
Have a good night. Nice to meet y'all.
Nice meeting you too. Mountain Standard Time. And we'll be here. So have a good night, everybody.
Yep, we'll see ya.
Bye.
Hey, Maribel.
Yes.
I just want to say thanks for hosting. It's nice to have met you through this, and then just to have this conversation and just have a place just to land. So thank you for doing what you do.
Thank you. Thank you for being here, Mel. I'll see you tomorrow.
All right, bye.
Okay. Bye, everybody. Bye, Bruce.